coming back at you with another episode, splashing in the fishbowl. And on today's episode, let's get it, let's go as we traverse up the road. It is extra cold. Let me just mention that. Y'all see the thumbnail, y'all see the snow. Over here on Facebook, if you ain't subscribed to Milk Tastic TV on YouTube, you sleep. I don't know what you're doing. You understand me? Make sure you go ahead and subscribe. I know you want to see me a millionaire and getting millions already, so make sure y'all subscribe, tune in. We ice road trucking today, so make sure if you out here trucking and you on the let's say what that would be, the Midwest. I don't know what that be, the Midwest, like 90, upper 90. Either way, just be safe out there. Snow on the road. Me personally, I'm sliding. I'm escaping. I'm escaping all snow right now, so thank God for that. Still in it a little bit, but I think for the most part, I'm getting away from it. Yeah, prayers. Thank you if you prayed for me. I appreciate it. Appreciate everybody that prayed for me. My damn back still hurting, but we're gonna keep talking to God and keep working. One thing about it, it don't matter if the back hurting or not. God blessed us to get up and get to work. We're gonna get up and get to work, you heard me? I done seen niggas out there with no legs, out there with no arms. They out there, nigga missing the leg, missing the arm, me and the scooting with the one leg and the other arm holding the hand and trying to guide it. You understand me? I don't want to hear no excuses. So I don't be making no excuses when it comes to getting your ass up and getting to the money. Get your ass up and get to the money like you want some money. That's all that is. And if you want something, you gotta go and get it. If you got something good, you better hold on to it, because there ain't a lot of good going on out here. You got someone good, you better cherish them and don't fuck over them, because if they leave ass, you're gonna be heartbroken and fucked up. In the mind, in the heart, they gonna be somewhere giggling with somebody else, happy, laughing at your crazy ass. So, get your mind right. Get on your millionaire mission. And it'll all work out. You feel me? It'll all work out. Yo, what's up? In the YouTube world, what y'all got going, man? We ice road trucking today, baby. We gonna get right, though. We is ice road trucking today. What's good? Yes, today's been, I got a late start on the day. It's a late start to the day because I stopped in the morning. When I woke up, I was surrounded by like 5 inches of snow. I was like, damn. Now normally if I'm driving and the snow starts dropping like that, I'ma just pull over and be like, hey, yeah, it's snowing too bad, I can't drive, right? But I had to sleep for like 10 hours. And I went to sleep, my back was hurting. That's why in the other video, appreciate y'all that prayed for me. A couple of y'all prayed for me, so I appreciate that. But I woke up, my back was still hurting, right? So I was like, fuck it, I'm still finna go to work. Because I could have called and been like, hey, man, it's 5 inches of snow out here, and it's still snowing. Could have been like, hey, man, I can't drive in this. But I was like, shit, we finna ice road truck the other day. We need this satchel. We got a satchel on our back. We got delivered, so we can get another one. You heard me? Appreciate you subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that. We're going up from almost to 2K subscribers, almost there. We're gonna get the 100K subscribers and get some of the YouTube money. If you need to subscribe on your channel, just go on one of my other videos and put just sub or something like that, and I'll come and subscribe on your channel when I get off of here, for sure. I'm doing subs for any of y'all that need subscribers on y'all channel. I will subscribe. I got no problem helping you get some YouTube money. I hope you get all of it. All of us got our favorite YouTubers that we watch, and all these people do is make videos and get money. You got to thank God for YouTube. You got a chance to get on here and get you some YouTube money too. It's a millionaire mission, baby. This is just one avenue. There's plenty of avenues out here to get us some money. We're going to get out here and get us some money. We can't get in our feelings, because when we get in our feelings, there ain't no money in our feelings. You heard me? Can't get in our feelings about nothing in life. Y'all done seen me very emotional in my feelings. But it's cool though. Y'all gonna see me get out my feelings and in my bag. Y'all watching me right now in my damn bag. Cause I woke up and seen that snow. I almost took my ass back to sleep. You heard me? Like, hey man, fuck this shit. And I thought about it. I say, man, I got like 1,000 miles to run. I say, man, look, could have run this shit up, man. You gonna run through that snow, you heard me? Running through the snowstorms, all that, just drive safe. That's the key though. You can't be driving in the snow like it ain't snowing. You better slow yourself down. So that's how I do. I just slow my roll. It be like the football field for me. When I see traffic, oh yeah, because I don't know what's gonna happen up there. And if anything happen up there, I need to be able to stop. So that's why I be like, I keep a good lift in front of me. And yeah, you want to get in front of me and go because you see an open lane, go ahead. I see brake lights up there. That's why I ain't trying to be right on their tail. I'm going to be right on their tail for so we could be bumper to bumper. No, in case anybody go to sliding, skidding, or accident, I can correctly get into the lane that's going to go right around you because I don't want no parts in it. Leading that mission, baby. We is not trying to be on the side of the road. You heard me? Also, I done drove in the snow for like 6 years. It's just like the past 2 or 3 I was refusing to do it. I had the weather channel on I had the weather app and everything, but I will refuse. Nigga, if it said it's gonna be 1 inch of snow, nigga, I know I ain't going. They like, but the snow is I don't wanna hear it. I ain't going. Yeah, for like 2 years, almost 3 years, I ain't do no snow driving. Like what? Well, I look at that weather channel, it said gonna be some snow there. I don't care how much the load paying. I ain't going. But that was after 6 years of driving in the snow every winter. But I was driving in the snow every winter like that because I was chasing that money. I was like, $10,000 to go to Washington from like, let's say New York or Pennsylvania or something. Like they tell you $10,000 to go to Washington, D.C. or something. Washington, well, what? Like California, what? And it's a snowstorm or something. Now I'm going. I ain't care. I'm going. That's when I first was, chasing that money like that. You ain't think about your life. Like, bro, you got 45,000 pounds on your back. You going up a mountain. Like, when you go, I don't know if y'all ever been in the truck, but when you in the truck and you going up a mountain and you got a heavy load, the truck sort of like goes slow. It's like pulling up the mountain. And when you're on the ice, you can actually start to slide backwards. And you have to go through a lot of mountains to get all the way to the West Coast when you're going like, let's say 80 or 90. So it's easy for the truck to lose traction. And some of the mountains that you on, they're like final destination mountains, bro. Like you go off these mountains, you're going down for a very long time. Like, so it ain't no rails. Some of the mountains don't even have rails, so it ain't like it's a guardrail that's going to sort of, prevent you, sort of halt you from going straight over. Nah, you're going over, buddy. So just be safe if you're ice road trucking. I'm just saying that's how it be happening out here. You just gotta be careful. You feel me? So what? Yeah, usually I don't do no ice road trucking, but hey, when I went to sleep this morning, I seen that snowfall. I said, oh yeah, this gonna be a mess when I get up. Man, you can see the thumbnail on my YouTube. It's Milktastic TV. Make sure you go over there. Who that is? Michelle, nothing. Yeah, make sure you go over to the YouTube, Michelle. It's Milktastic TV. Make sure you go over there and subscribe for me. But yeah, I woke up probably about sometime this evening, and man, the whole truck was covered in snow. I wanted to get some more videos and pictures for y'all, but in my mind it was like, I'm fighting it. Sleep or drive? What you gonna do? You gonna say it's too much snow and you can't drive? You finna get up and bust these miles down that snow. I chose violence. To get up and bust these miles down that snow. We out of here. Let them snow hold up the show. We got to go, man. This ain't the end of the week. It's just a nice load for the week. This ain't the end of the week, though. Get another one on our back. And that's what we plan to do. Hey, Michelle, I see you over there. Yeah, I'm having a great Christmas. I hope I have a great Christmas and a wonderful New Year, too. I hope you have a great Christmas and a wonderful New Year, too. Yeah. Yeah, Merry Christmas to all y'all celebrating Christmas, and Happy New Year to all us that's gonna make it into New Year. God willing, I make it into the New Year. Healthy, wealthy, and wise was what I heard. Healthy, wealthy, and wise. It's a good way to bring in the new year. Damn what you got in your bank account, what you got under your Christmas tree. Are you healthy, wealthy, and wise? That's a reason to tell God, yes, yes. Thank you, Lord, for another year. Making it here, another year. We is on YouTube, live, Milktastic TV. Go over there, subscribe to the channel. We is ice road trucking right now. I gotta cut on the side mirrors got like a heated thing to heat all the snow off of because it be melting up. So gotta cut on my heated mirrors right now. They're a little frosty. I can't see who's on side of me, who's behind me. That is not a good thing. Good thing. It only takes like a minute or 2 minutes for it to melt up off the side mirror. That thing heat up pretty good though. I wonder why I seen somebody had heated windshield wipers, but they couldn't get them to work. Like, so I don't know. That's a good ass invention. I need to come up with that. Heated windshield wipers, because the wipers be getting, they have like a whole little snowball going on the windshield wiper. You have to pull over and get your little, with my tool that my back, my back. It hurt. Ow. Okay, this my little ice scrubbing tool right here. Yeah, this is my little ice scrubbing tool. You see, I had the brush on one end, you got the scrape on the other end. So I had to get out there and literally scrape the ice off of the windshield wiper. It'd be like a whole little icicle going on and not clear the window anymore. But like I say, we headed southbound right now, southbound. So we should be getting away from the snow. The farther south we go, the farther away from the snow. Yes, sir. Southbound and down. Understand, we can get away from this snow. Fly G Racks. Make sure you go over to YouTube and my guy on Milktastic TV. Everybody from Facebook, make sure y'all go and subscribe to the channel. Support the channel. It's Milktastic TV. We live right now. Go drop a comment. Let me know you in the building. You subscribe. If you got a YouTube channel and you need me to subscribe, just go on one of my videos or one of my shorts and put subbed up or subscribed or something like that, and I will come back and sub back to your channel. All of us should be getting some of this YouTube money. They are giving it out freely. The money is printed. All we got to do is go get it. On this millionaire mission, what are you going to do with it? God gave you another 24 hours a day. Okay, don't play with it. I went to sleep with my back hurting. I'm talking about, I called him a cousin. He got my homeboy on the phone. One of my cousin trying to be Muslim. I'm telling you, hey, y'all niggas pray for me. You heard? Pray for my back. I'm calling my little lady. Hey, pray for me. Hey, pray for what? My back. I'm on YouTube. Pray for me. Pray for what? My back. I don't know what's going on. My prayers ain't getting answered, but my prayers usually get answered expeditiously. So for me to be going through 2-3 days of pain and like, look, what's going on? I got devils and demons trying to block. I ain't been telling nobody my plans because, I had a conversation with a very important person. It was like, hey, you don't want your angels to have to work hard. So don't be putting all your plans out there. So I don't be telling none of my plans lately. I just been on here reading the Bible and politicking with the positive attitude book. We still remaining positive because our attitude as high as a kite, as high as giraffe. We won't be in the sky. Do you understand? I am not playing, man. This is what I'm saying to you. I'm on a millionaire mission out here. You ain't even got a shirt yet. Did you even get the CD? Did you even see the movies I'm in? It's talking about you support your mans. You ain't got the CD. You ain't got the movie I'm in. You ain't got a shirt. You ain't got a hoodie. How you supporting the millionaire mission? Then when I get the M's, we gonna be trying to tap in. Be like, you know what I'm saying? I know Michelle got the CD. She got the movie. And if she see me with the shirts, I believe she'll get the shirts. But it's too. But what about you? Why you ain't support the dude? What's up with you? Why you slow feet? Slow feet don't eat. Slow feet don't eat, my good peeps. If you can go live with me, not right now, Michelle. I am Actually, just not right now. Got a lot of focus I gotta do. I can talk to you right now, but I gotta focus on what I'm doing. I can't really be like whoop-de-whooping. I'm the whoop-de-whoops. Well, you can. If you send in a request, I'll let you come up. Yeah, you can go live. You gotta send in a request, though. I'll let you go on now. But yeah, we out of 10 degrees, baby. We got 32 degrees now, baby. We out of 10-degree weather, 15-degree weather. We got 32 degrees, baby. Yes, keep going up. Go all the way up to 60, 70. Motherfucker, I don't want to see no snow. But hey, I'm an ice road trucker, baby. I do this. That's why when I ain't panicked when I woke up and I seen that snow, I was like, let's do it. Let's do it, baby. I was debating. I ain't gonna fake like it wasn't a debate now. Cause I know, like, hey, I can take advantage of this and just lay down and be like, hey, it's too snowy. But I'm not a lazy like that. I'm not a lazy dude, man. I'm out here for a reason. And this is the season that we get it in. So get your bread, girl. To all my bread girls. Get your bread, brother. To all my brothers out there on the hustle, on the grind, on your 9 to 5, or on your hustle. Whatever you're doing, you're getting it off the muscle, getting it out the mud, you heard? They got to be self-motivated, baby. I was trying to figure out, like, who motivates the motivator? Because I want to be the motivator, but who the hell gonna motivate me? I got to motivate myself. Got to be on the long clock. When you're a hustler, ain't nobody tell you, hey, it's time to get up and go hustle. Just get your ass up, you know it's time to go hustle. Like, hey, if I don't get this money, ain't gonna be no dinner tonight. That's right. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, being that machine, baby, you gotta wake up with it on your mind and stay on your grind. I ain't gonna lie now, the cold and the chronic pain has been used as an excuse for the past 2 days. I will give myself that. The chronic pain and the cold has been used as a crutch and an excuse for me for the past 2 days. For one, when I'm bopping up to people and going up to people to make sales, I'm moving a certain way. It's a certain walk. It's a certain energy I'm coming with, a certain aura. The pain that I have right now, I cannot have that aura and that bop about me right now because, like, my back is just not permitting the walk to happen, the action to happen, and the pain is so excruciating. I don't want to talk to you. I'm on YouTube talking right now because I felt like I wanted to talk. I'm on Facebook talking because I'm encouraging you guys to come on over to YouTube because we're almost at 2,000 subscribers, on the way to 100K subscribers, and we're going to get some YouTube money. Oh yeah, buddy. We're going to get it. We're going to do it. We can do this. We're going to get some money with the stocks and bonds on YouTube. I read my Bible and I read money books like Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I read Increasing Your Financial IQ. I read How Anybody Can Stop Paying Income Taxes. And right now I'm reading The Power of Your Attitude, which is not so much as a money book, but at the time when I finished the How Anyone Can Pay Their Income Taxes, and I had that book like right there present, it felt very much so like, you know what, I need the right attitude for all the shit that I got on my plate right now. Because if I have the wrong attitude with all this stuff going on, it's not going to end well for me or anybody else that's involved that I need to take care of. So for knowing that I have people depending on me, responsibilities, and things that I got to do, I can't just be a crash out dummy. You understand? I got to really be focused here. Like, this millionaire mission shit is not a game. Like, I got to really be focused here. People depends on people depends on the bacon that you bring. It's people depend on the bacon that you making. You understand? Don't be mistaken. It's people that depends on the bacon that you making. Don't be mistaken. All right? Know the difference between a want and a need. Is it good when someone needs you? Probably not. Probably if they want you, it's better. If they need you, not so much, because once they don't need you anymore, then what do you do with stuff that you don't need anymore? You disregard it. So it's better for someone to want you than to need you. We're going to bleed the block, though. We're going to bleed the block. Going on to YouTube is Milktastic TV. Subscribe to the channel. You understand me right now? I actually had a good time in Chicago one time. One of these summery days. And I was teaming with my dream girl, and we had done ended up on the beach in Chicago. They actually had I couldn't drive for the rest of the night. She couldn't drive. We had to wait to deliver. So we went to the beach and was having some drinks and watching the band. They had a live band on the beach. And it was in Chicago, and I was like, I guess it's a different part of Chicago. Like, every part ain't gonna be killer, shooter, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I just was like, every time I go to Chicago, it'd be like nice. But it was one time where I was talking to somebody, and I was like, yeah, Chicago, I don't ever really see no crazy stuff. And then I heard gunshots. While I was saying, and I was in a nice area too. While I was saying I don't usually hear nothing crazy, I see nothing crazy, I heard the gunshots. I was like, oh, well, yeah, it goes down in Chicago as it goes down anywhere. But I would say don't let the hype be a reason. Don't visit the place, and just try to stay out of ratchet ass places if you ever visit. That's anywhere that you go to. Some of us are hood bound. Like, I might go out of the country and be like, where the hood at? I might go out of state and be like, where the hood at? That's just my crazy ass. Don't you go doing that. I think I can survive. Don't you go trying it. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, it's something in the hood that I need, so that's why I'm like, where the hood at? I don't know. I need to mess with my people, like my type of. I don't know. We ain't upper Sean, the wealthy of the wealthiest. We like in the hood. We in the ghetto. We like, poverty type shit. But we not staying there though. That's why we changing our mindset to this millionaire mission and money managing. Because you all are making some money. You're just not managing it right. Hey, this is self-therapy. I'm not talking down on you. I'm talking to myself here. Giving myself some self-help. You just happened to tune in when it was time for self-care. You know what I'm saying? You got to manage this money better. You got this cheddar all year. You survive. You might don't have all the money in the bank that you want to have in the bank, but you paid all the bills all year. Did you have to call and get a loan from somebody? Did you have to go down to the bank and get a loan from the bank? Did you have to call your cousin, your mama, your daddy, your auntie, your uncle, your grandma, your sister, your brother, your niece, your son, your daughter? Did you have to call somebody to get a loan for a bill or for an issue that you had that you just couldn't pay? You know what? That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Thank God you got family and friends that helped you and that sent you that money, whether I was one of them or not. Thank God for them people that helped you during your trying time. You understand? But this year, 2024, 2025, we're gonna do better. You're gonna be the lender. You're gonna be the one helping your family, okay? Helping your friends. You're not gonna be the one that can't pay the bills and need help with this bill and that bill and with the kids. That's not gonna be you come 2025, all right? I know it's a short time and things don't happen overnight. You don't get rich overnight unless you scratch a lottery or something, or God just bless you like that. The devil could bless you as well, but we don't want his blessings, okay? We don't want his money. We want the proper channels to bless us. We ain't going through the evils. We ain't committing crimes, none of that. But, like I said, if you was on the struggle bus all year, but you survived, you paid your bills, you're still alive, that's a lot of reasons to thank God. And going into 2025, we're going to change up some things. We're going to be better money managers. Okay, we're going to manage the money that we're getting better. Okay, guys? That's why I'm reading these financial books to you. That's why I'm talking. That's why I'm reading the Bible to you. You can get financial gain from the Bible too. And when I say financial gain, it's G-A-M-E. Not, well, you get both. G-A-I-N and G-A-M-E. You can get financial gain and financial gain from the Bible. So that's why I'm reading the Bible continuously, because I'm trying to live righteously. Even though I'm a sinner and I still sin, I need Christ in my life. You understand? That's what I believe in. I'm not being swayed to no other belief. I believe the Father sent Jesus Christ to die for our sins, that he rose again, and he is now at the right hand of the Father again, from where he began. That's what I believe. All right? So I plead the blood of life on my Christ. I plead the blood of Christ on my life. All right? All this pain and chronic pain, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. All right? You gotta leave my back. You gotta leave me the hell alone. Because I'm out here to live life and live it more abundantly. According to Jesus Christ, you cannot have any dominion in my life. I do not accept it. I rebuke it. I reject it. And that's why I'm still working and gonna keep working, gonna keep pushing through. I'm gonna tell you the same thing too. I don't care if the bill's overdue. I don't care if you ain't got enough money for the bill. So what? So what? You ain't got enough money for all the bills, to make sure you keep some of that money for you, because you ain't got enough for everything anyway, so why give it all away? Keep some for you. Don't be a donkey. Don't be out here getting donkey of the day. Getting the paper and hurry up and paying everybody else and leaving you broke again. Gotta wait the next week again. You better stop that. You better stop that. Every financial book I done read, every financial thing I done read said, hey, when you get paid, we know you want to hurry up and pay all your bills, because that's what the broke poor mentality say. Pay the bills first. No, pay yourself first. It's a millionaire mission. All right. All right? So pay yourself first. That's all I'm saying. Pay yourself first. That's all I'm saying. What's up? What's up? We just breaking these generational curses, man. Curses, man. We just breaking these generational curses, man. Curses, man. I can't say it was a generational curse my way, because, hey, my daddy had pay. Yeah, my daddy went to the shed. Shit. And mama had to work. Mama had to work. Mama had work. I just seen a lot of single mothers in there. All gotta work, they all got bills, kids, is hungry, and need, eat. How could you sleep? How could you be? How could you live? How could you, we just gonna act like that ain't happen, knowing that happened. Listen, I ain't just rapping. When I be rapping, I'm trying to let your ass know what happened. They said, stay on that wood. I still see the ice in the sky. I still see the ice on the road. But I'm an ice road trucker. I go where the money say. It's a money play. I'm a runaway slave, and I'm never going back to a master. Bitch, I done got up out the rat race. How you did that? Had to face the facts. How you did that? I had to face the facts. Nigga had to jump, nigga had to bounce, nigga had to do what they had to do. Had to bust a move, nigga can't do. Ooh-wee. Nigga in the school like, ooh-wee. Getting to the cheese. Make a whole sandwich with the billion and the lettuce. Can I get me some bread? A bitch better catch up. I think I need mustard. They say that's red. Put it all in my head. Me and the mission. My thoughts come from God, right? Then I'm having godly thoughts. I'm gonna put an eye, right? Go up in the gods. Hey, my thoughts come from God, right? So I'm having godly thoughts. I go against the odds, right? Our fault. Everybody sinning. A lot of people lose. A lot of people winning. Where are you beginning? Where are you winning? I'm just out to get it, man. I'm up in the city, nah. Keep it on the low. Don't tell nobody when they come and when they blow. When they get $1 million, I ain't gonna holler. Deal good with problems. Moving like a scholar. Make a nigga pop a collar. Say you need a few dollars. Then you had a few problems. But who was gonna call him? Tell him don't stall him. Know that I'm ballin'. When we ballin'. Tell them keep calling, I go all in, fall in, line with the shit. I just falling. I just wanna be over. Hey, hey. Tell them that tell them that we. Bill Tass TV splashing the fishbowl. What y'all got going on in the world today? Appreciate the likes, appreciate the comments. I will read them when I stop though. We guiding and sliding right now. We trying to escape the snow, dog. That shit is like 5 inches packed up, stacked up, racked up on the cars. But we is headed southbound to Mars. Jumping straight out the plane to Jupiter. I had a jewel and I fucked it up. You can say I'm stupid. Wishing that I never got that shot, that arrow from Cupid. What that nigga had, I need to slap him because he should have never done that. My lady left with my heart and she can keep that. I don't want no feelings in this world. Listen here, little girl. If you clean this shit off a back, it's still a crazy back. Back shit crazy. Explain. They run that back in slow motion. I said, if you clean the shit off a back, it's still a crazy back. You know what I'm saying? Back shit crazy, crazy back. You know? Boochie Boo, what's up, baby? Make sure you go on YouTube and subscribe to the channel. It's Milktastic TV. I need all the subscribers for Facebook. Facebook subscribers, Facebook fans, Facebook friends and family. Make sure y'all go on YouTube and subscribe for me. Going up, we're going up on this YouTube money. Focus, baby. Hold on. We got incoming. And just like that, Jack, we back. Full effect, still pushing down the road. It's that busy time of day, so you know we got a lot of traffic. A lot of traffic. As busy as can get. We over here just jamming on some shit. Y'all don't know about this right here. This that jam though. This the first jam they put me up on, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Well, I be like, if that shit ain't all mine, man, what we doing, man? It gotta be all mine, man. You can't be giving it to your co-worker, man, to the other nigga. No, man, it's all mine, man. What the fuck? I'm about to get a copyright strike. I can't let y'all listen to that. Fuck around and get me a copyright strike. What we gonna do then? For all mine, Brian Phase. Brent Phase, all mines. That's the name of the song. I just can't get no copyright strike with y'all. I don't know how to do the music reviews yet, so we can listen to music on here. I'm gonna figure this YouTube stuff out when we get jam out and just be doing reviews. Maybe I have to make another channel so it start off like that. But for right now, I'm gonna jam out. Y'all chill out. You know what I'm saying? Why so many super truckers that like to drive like snow don't exist? Like, bro, don't you see this snow like everybody? We know you in a rush, bro. Everybody in a rush, bro. They will zip past your ass. You doing 35, 45, like you the problem. Like, no, nigga, you is the problem. I don't see your ass on the damn road somewhere up the street, nigga, blocking up traffic when I'm trying to go somewhere. And what's up with these people that don't know the difference between easy pass and ticket? The shit say easy pass only. Bro, what are you doing over here? Ain't no tickets over here, bro. Oh shit. About to get the copyright. I thought I stopped that. But yeah, super truckers, man. It's snowing, guys. Slow down, okay? Your life's more important than that load. Please believe it. Your life's more important than your load. Please believe it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Back to my jams, though. Piss me outside, she still get whatever she want. What she want. Hey, when I tell y'all I am choosing to have a right attitude about this situation, it's all about your attitude. The power of your attitude determines your altitude. How high do we want to go, guys? In this book that I'm reading, The Power of Your Attitude, it says your attitude determines your thoughts. Your thoughts determines your words. Your words determine your action. Your action determine your habits. Your habits become your life, and that is a true saying. So I am trying to have good thoughts, the right thoughts. So I say the right words and do the right actions and have the right life. All right? All right. Just wanted to let y'all know that since you here, you tuned in, you in the Milk Sassy Show. My bad, I be having to block y'all out. I can't let y'all hear that music. That'll get me in some shit. That's the problem now. Stop playing with me. Don't fucking touch me. Fuck you. See what I'm saying? Yo, gotta get back to the jail sessions. Few bitches that really step, but it's not enough. Say it bigger than myself, but it's not enough. I can only have on them niggas and they both broke. If you ain't coming for no chili, what you come for? Wanna fuck while she looking at me. She know what's up when she looking at me. We gonna bust when she looking at me. I think it's time we be busting at 3. Hey, yo, hold on. See, that's what I'm saying. Try and keep a positive attitude, right? And then you got drivers that just don't know how to drive and they just piss you off instantly. You be cussing them out. You be like, damn, I was supposed to be being positive. And you be cussing out the drivers that don't know how to drive because they don't know how to drive. You be pissing me off. Drake is never coming back from this sound right here. This sound right here is the end of Drake. He never coming back from that sound. Mustard on the beat, ho.
In my 20s, fuck all the critics.
Fuck all the critics.
Me and my kid, you ain't my type like one of the gimmicks.
One of the gimmicks.
We can hear you just fine. We can hear you just fine. So we were asking the question on whether or not Allah can have a son if he wanted to.
I was actually, I don't think I read the title correctly. I was going to ask about Muhammad in the Bible. I don't know if you guys are open to doing that or not.
Muhammad in the Bible?
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe David would or you.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, if we're going to do that, sure. Then I would ask specifically, where in the Injil does Jesus mention?
Well, I'm not necessarily talking about the Injil at the moment. I'm really referring to the Old Testament.
Well, the Quran says that he's found in the Torah and the Injil.
Yeah, Torah. Yeah. So Torah in Arabic and Hebrew can refer to the generality of the Old Testament.
Wait, so the Injil is not what Jesus came with?
Can we just deal with the actual topic? I don't get what you're doing.
We are.
I want to show where he's at, man. Like, why we gotta go?
I want to.
You always want to reroute to the Islamic quote unquote.
No, it's because the Quran itself says that he is found in the.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
And the Injil.
That's fine. No, that's okay. But I want to show you where he is in the Old Testament.
Go ahead.
Before you do that.
Okay, go ahead. You said go ahead. Let me do it.
Enough. Relax. I specifically want to see where, because your Quran, it makes the explicit claim. It says that.
I'm just substantiating that he's in the Old Testament.
Is he in the Injil?
Again, you're asking me a question that I don't want to substantiate right now. Can we talk about
look, you can give me a straight answer on this if you're honest with this.
The answer is yes, he's in the Injil. But can I show you the Old Testament? See, I don't want to do that. Can we go to the Old Testament? Why don't we go to the Old Testament? I came up to show you where he is in the Old Testament.
I want to make a deal here. How about this? You show us where he is in the Old Testament, but afterwards you also show us where he is in the Injil.
No.
I got no problem with that. No problem. Thank you, AP. No. AP, come on, bro. AP, let's do it. Doctor, apostate, prophet said.
Unfortunately, this is Dialogic channel.
Okay, but apostate prophet, bro, he's better than you.
Dialogic says, first show me where he is in the Injil.
Pretty racist.
And then go to the Old Testament. I have no problem with the Old Testament. But after
okay, can I just show you? I mean, I'm up here to show you where he is in the Book of Psalms. So
you can't show me where he is in the Injil?
I didn't say that. That's an argument from ignorance.
All right, so I'm going to ask it again. Can you show me where he is in the Injil or not?
I can, but my intention is to show you where he is in the Old Testament.
Where is
specifically?
Look,
many passages.
Anas. Give me where he is in the Injil, and I'll let you show the Psalms one.
Yeah, first you have to define what Injil means.
The revelation that Jesus went around preaching.
Oh yeah, well we don't have that at the moment. I can show you where he is in the New Testament.
But you said
the Quran says that they have it with them, so they can find him written.
Okay, correct. Because Injil has two different definitions, Mr. Apostate.
And what was it? What was it that Allah was referring to when He said the Injil that they have with them?
Okay, that's referring to the New Testament. Or whatever they have.
Awesome. Hey, I agree.
Yeah, Injil linguistically has two definitions, dude. What's wrong with you?
So it is
and one of them is New Testament. You heard it here.
No. Okay, so I don't know if it was coined as New Testament, but it's just going to be referring what is with them, what is corrupted with them. Yeah.
So what you are saying is that when it says that they can find Muhammad in the Injil, they have with them. You are saying that it refers to the New Testament. So
it refers to it refers to the corrupted scripture they had with them.
Okay, fantastic. So you can point at it right there. Then.
Yeah, because Injil has two different definitions.
Okay, good. So where is the Injil?
So why are we even discussing
so now we're running from the Old Testament. Okay, let's find.
No, I think you're running from the New Testament. You're running from the Injil.
No, I came up to discuss the Book of Psalms.
If he says that the Quran talks about it as being corrupted.
The Quran does talk about it being corrupted, but that's not the topic.
Oh yeah.
Isn't the Book of Psalms mentioned in the Quran?
It's not mentioned. It quotes things that are within it, in which God.
What is the Zabur?
The Quran mentions the Zabur. Yeah.
Zabur, no. But the Psalms that you have are not mentioned. But Zabur has been corrupted. Yeah.
The Psalms that we have, what are you talking about? It literally quotes.
No. It's when it says Zabur, it directly translates the Psalms, but it's not referring to the Psalms that you have.
Then why does he quote it?
Because there is. Can I answer logic? Okay. Yeah, because the Zabur that you have, the Psalms that you have, there is truth within it. That doesn't negate that it's corrupted.
So is the Quran appealing to my Psalms that I have, or what?
That's not appealing. No,
but you want to show us Muhammad in the Psalms.
I want to show you where he is in Psalms. Yes.
Wait.
Psalms. No. Okay. Well. That's a false equivocation, AP. You're clicking yourself, dude.
Slow down. Focus on one thing at a time.
False equivocation.
Focus on one thing at a time.
It's not.
Yeah, go ahead.
You acknowledge that your Quran quotes the Psalms that I have, right?
Yes, correct.
So what do you mean it's not talking about the Psalms that I have?
Well, because in the Quran when it says وَآتَيْنَا دَاوُودَ زَبُورًا and we gave Dawood the Psalms, it's the same word, but it's referring to a different thing. It's not referring to what you have.
What is it referring to?
From the Psalms I have.
Dude, okay, they're not mutually exclusive. He can still reveal to David the Zabur, the Psalms in which David got from God, and also quote things in your corrupted book that have truth in it. They're not mutually exclusive.
The Psalms right here in one book. So you want to show Muhammad in the Psalms, but you are also saying that this book is corrupted.
Yes, because there's truth in your book, and there's also falsehood. I don't see the issue.
Got it. So when Allah says...
Can I show you where he is in the Psalms, the Apostate Prophet?
It's going to be the Injil first.
I'm curious. I'm sure.
He's curious. He's curious.
I'm sure.
He's curious.
I'm sure Avery.
He's curious. Let me show you. AP, don't let logic do this to you, man.
Hold on, Anas. So he says that he gave the Psalms to David. He then quotes the Psalms that he gives to David, which is a direct quote from the Psalms that I have, but it's not talking about the Psalms that I have?
Well, logic, let me break it down for you, right? So the Psalms that you have, there are things in the Psalms that you have which are quoted in the Quran, right? There's many examples out there. Now, this doesn't negate the fact that the Psalms you have are corrupted, but the Psalms that you have, the truth found in there is what David could have had, right? There's no problem saying that.
So the Psalms that I have is the Psalms that David had.
Not entirely, no, I didn't say that. That's a strong one. So,
when were the Psalms? When were they?
Why is that relevant?
It is very relevant. When were they?
I don't know when it was corrupted. It was corrupted though.
How was it corrupted? And when was it corrupted? And where do you get?
I don't know when it was corrupted and how it was corrupted. I don't know the exact method how, but I know it's corrupted.
Because we have the Psalms that go back very, very, very far.
That's fine. That doesn't negate its corruption. Can I show you where he's in the Old Testament now? Or you're still running.
Avery, what do you think?
You hear he's going to show from the book that he keeps saying is corrupted that Muhammad's a prophet.
Correct.
So look, Muhammad's a prophet because he's in this corrupt book that can't be trusted. And,
I didn't say that.
Where does Allah say it's been corrupted? Well, he forgot to mention that. All he said was no one can change his words, and then he revealed the Torah and the Gospel, and said that no one can change his words. But when he said no one can change his words, he really meant anyone can change his words at any given time.
I'm so curious where he thinks Muhammad is mentioned in the
Psalm 74, Apostate Prophet. You're the only guy. Open it.
And this is why
you're from the Injil.
Yeah, and Avery, it's kind of a funny point. So Muhammad is mentioned in the Torah and the Gospel, and so we say where, and they go to the Psalms, where he doesn't say.
Wait, no, David. But wait, what does Torah mean in Arabic? What are the definitions? Can you give it to me?
What does Torah mean?
It means Psalms. Apparently.
No, I didn't say Torah means Psalms. I'll tell you what it means exactly. So there's two things. I gotta speak. I'm talking.
I just want to just for clarification. Where does he say that he's mentioned in the Psalms? Where's that?
Well, I'll tell you. Yeah, because he says that he's mentioned in the Torah, and I can prove to you that Psalms is actually the Torah, even according to Jesus.
That's very
strange. Hold on. Can I speak?
This is precisely why I asked you the question earlier about the Psalms, because or whether the Quran mentions the Psalms or not, because the Quran mentions the Torah, the Zabur, and the Injil separately.
The Zabur is the Torah.
However, you want to argue
that
when the Quran says Torah, it also includes the Psalms.
Yes, because the word Torah in Arabic. Can I explain?
Would it then mention these three books separately while also including Zabur into the Torah?
That's irrelevant. The point is that the word Torah refers to the generality of the Old Testament. Even in Hebrew it does. I can show you.
But anyway.
Can I show you? Or do you want to get to the argument?
Anyway, I'm completely curious as to where you find...
Okay, good. I appreciate your curiosity.
This is my thing, because I see what Anas is saying. Anas is saying that in generality, sometimes the Torah or all the Old Testament books are encompassed as the Torah. You see an example of this in the Hadith where where Muhammad goes up to a group of Jews and they say, or he asks them, "Am I in your Torah?" And they say yes, and they start quoting Isaiah 42, or what seems to be
in Isaiah. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, but he calls it the Torah. Now, either Muhammad's making a mistake, or he's just using a general understanding that all these books together can also be referred to as.
Yes, they can. Correct.
That's the position that Anas is taking.
Thanks for understanding.
That in light of this, the Psalms can also, because it's part of the Old Testament, be grouped in under the category of Torah in general. That's what he said.
Correct.
And he doesn't have a bad. He's not wrong on that.
Yeah. There we go. AP, if you're curious, I can go to Psalm 74.
No, relax. Don't take your time. Look, you have my word. You will be able to go to Psalm 74 and do whatever you want with it. We'll go through it. We'll spend time with it. You can do whatever you want. First, please give me what I asked. I asked.
Yes.
Where is mentioned in the Injil?
So when you say word is mentioned in the Injil, I assume you meaning Injil, you saying New Testament, no problem.
Well, that's what you said.
Injil, listen, I'm going to clarify. Injil can refer to what Jesus Christ had with him, and it can also refer to the corrupted scriptures in which Christians have with them currently, or even like 7th century Arabia. So let's say, where is he in the Injil? Now, let's define Injil now as what you have with you guys, which is the corrupted scriptures. Go to Matthew 22.
Okay.
Yeah, Matthew 22 goes in hand with Psalm 74, actually, ironically. So.
All right, cool. So Matthew 22.
Yeah.
Jesus is Muhammad is mentioned in Matthew 22.
Not by name, but.
The Quran does say he's mentioned by name.
Because Bukhari 2125 states he's mentioned by characteristics, attributes, etc., not names. So again, you don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't you have a flying fig?
Wait, hold on. Time out. What does Allah say in the Quran? How he's mentioned?
It's chapter 7, verse 157 says he's mentioned in the Gospel and the Torah.
No, Allah says that Jesus mentioned him by name.
No. I'm not talking about Jesus mentioning him by name. I'm talking about Wait. No. It doesn't matter. It doesn't negate that he's talking about him. I'm not showing him where he called him. I'm not showing him where he called him Ahmed. I'm showing you where Jesus is prophesying without calling him Ahmed in a different way. So can you go to the chapter, please?
So wait. Do you agree that the Injil mentions Muhammad as Ahmed?
Can we get to the point? I don't understand.
Do you agree with that?
Wait. Define Injil.
Define Injil now.
Yeah, define Injil.
You just define it for us. We already established.
No, there's two definitions. Which one are you picking? The one that was revealed to Jesus or the one that you have?
Is Muhammad mentioned as Ahmed in the Injil, yes or no?
Okay, Injil, in what definition? It depends. The answer will differ between the definitions.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know that.
Dispatch, this is Charlie Paul at Times Square. You're not going to believe this, but there's a bull walking down 7th Avenue right now.
That's very point.
You guys are being ambiguous on purpose. You're being ambiguous on purpose. It's a fallacy.
We are being ambiguous?
Yeah, because you're saying Injil. What does Injil mean? There's two or more valid interpretations of what Injil means.
I will tell you exactly what Injil would mean in the 7th century Arabia context.
There's not one definition. There's two.
Where does Allah
if you went to Christians and told them, give me the Injil, they would give you the Gospels or the New Testament.
The Gospels or okay, so we're defining Injil here as the New Testament. Okay, good. So if you're asking me where is he mentioned by name?
That's not what AP said. He said if you were to use this word in the 7th century, it would be understood as meaning something, and therefore, if Allah is clear in what He says, then it would have to mean what the listeners understand by that. And if Allah means something completely different, some book they don't have, or something corrupt, or something like that, He would need to clarify it. Because if He didn't, it would be like me coming to you and saying, "Hey, I affirm the Quran. The Quran is as good as gold. Didn't you know I mentioned in the Quran?" And you would walk away assuming that I'm talking about the Quran. And then one of my followers comes along centuries later and says, "No, he wasn't talking about the Quran that you're familiar with. He was talking about some completely different thing that you have no idea what it's about."
Okay, well, let's just like try and be concise and be stipulative here. So there's two definitions of Injil. There's the New Testament.
What verses? What verses?
Hold on, wait, relax.
No,
Guys,
you keep saying things and you do
Can I
not
talk?
support it.
Can I talk?
Where does the Quran?
David, relax. Relax.
You're saying something.
Relax. Wait, the Quran is not a dictionary. Hold on. Oh my gosh.
He's asking a clarifying question, so please just let him ask the question.
I'm responding.
Where does Allah give these definitions and say, "Oh, there are multiple meanings of Injil. Here's one. Here's another"? Which verse?
He doesn't say that exactly.
Where does he say anything that's in the ballpark of that?
Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, so it's just putting A, B,
It's not that you're guilty of innovation and you don't.
Relax.
About innovators.
Relax.
I'm not the one who needs to relax, but you're the one who your prophet says is going to hell.
Okay, apostle prophet.
I'm still waiting for the answer.
What answer? What answer?
Is he mentioned as Ahmed in the Injil, yes or no?
In the Injil that was given to Jesus, yes. The New Testament that we have, not exactly.
But the Quran says that we find him in the Injil that we have.
What?
7:157 written down with them in the Injil. That's where we find him.
Okay, but it doesn't say that Jesus called him Ahmed in the Injil that you have.
No, it says that Jesus told.
You see, again, you continue with these fallacies.
No,
hold on.
It says that Jesus told the people that he will about the prophet whose name is Ahmed.
Yeah, he's speaking the good news. Yeah,
we're supposed to understand this. We're supposed to understand that this is somewhere to be found. We are also supposed
to. No, that's not true.
No, AP, it's not found anywhere. He could just say
that's not true.
Messenger was found in their scripture, in their text.
Wait. Hold on. I want to understand. Where does it say that the New Testament is supposed to mention him as Ahmed? What's written with them is simply his characteristics and descriptions and attributes, right? Okay. But him calling, I'm talking.
I'm going to clarify for you.
I'm not done, dude. Let me finish speaking.
Clarify for you.
AP, let me finish.
Hey, guys. To be fair, that's
no. You're right. There are two things. One is the Quran claims that Jesus spoke of the messenger whose name is Ahmed, and the other is that
so David made a blunder. David blundered. Yeah.
I didn't blunder.
Yeah, you did. Absolutely, you did.
He didn't say that.
Yes, he did.
I'm talking about 7:157 saying
7:157 does not say that Ahmed's written there.
Muhammad, right? It said we find Muhammad.
David never claimed
in the Injil that we have. As far as Ahmed, you'd have a problem if you're saying that has nothing to do with any scripture we're familiar with. But what you're saying is anyone can say anything. So I can say, hey, Muhammad said, guys, 14 centuries from now, a guy will come along, his name is David Wood, and I affirm that this guy's a prophet. And you say, okay, where did Muhammad say that? So, well, I'm just saying it. I'm just saying it right now.
You notice how we're not actually dealing with the argument at this point? We never deal with it, yeah.
Dude, what are you talking about?
We haven't even.
The Quran,
wait, let me.
Quran says Jesus said this. We say, where did Jesus say that? You say, nowhere. It's not in any text. It's nowhere. Okay, so the Quran is just.
How does that mean it didn't say it? How does that? Wait. Hold on.
That's right.
Are you saying?
Look at what you just said. How does this mean he didn't say it? Great. Prove to me that Muhammad didn't say David Wood is a prophet. I'm claiming that he did.
Muhammad said Jesus.
Okay, see now this is just hold on. David was lost. Let me address a couple things.
You've asserted
relax.
You just say it without text.
Hey,
relax.
Stop saying relax.
You gotta relax, bro. You gotta relax.
Stop saying relax.
You gotta relax.
Stop saying relax. Stop saying
Oh, you see that?
No.
David, I'm pissed on you and your family, David. You see what they did?
Quit talking.
Interrupted real quick. Now, I didn't kick him. I just dropped him for a second to cool off. Come back if you want.
Let's be calm. I think he was the first one who actually had a little bit of a brain tonight. So, except for the one before him, who was a very nice guy. I would think that we should just continue and establish the point that he was trying to make, because I'm kind of curious. He is a little bit deceptive with his ways. However, I would like to see where he can find Mohammed mentioned in the New Testament and where you can find Mohammed mentioned in the Psalms. I'm really curious because I have read the Psalms and I don't find Mohammed there at all.
Yeah, so it's going to Psalm 74.
There is nothing there. There's nothing there. I would like to see that.
Nothing there at all, but he's trying to say that there's a time where it's talking about...
I would like to see that.
In Matthew 22, he thinks it's the same thing after the wedding feast and after the temple, talking about when God's judgment comes against the disbelievers. And we'll see. The next thing that comes up.
That's actually talking about me, not about tomorrow.
Right, exactly. But Anash, you can come back if you want to, man. Things have calmed down a bit. But gotta stop trying to gaslight people. And
and please stop saying relax. There's one thing that you should learn, which is if you repeatedly and loudly say relax to people, nobody's going to relax.
Yeah, there's the overarching issue, just for anyone watching, is I just noticed that it's embedded in the minds of lots of Muslims that they're in charge and everyone else is their dhimmis. So when I see Muslims come along on on a channel that's not theirs, and they say, "Here's what you need to do. Here's what you need to do. I demand it." I have a kind of problem with them acting like they're dimmies. I am not, have never been, never will be your dimmy. So if you're going to just do what you're doing, fine. And what you're saying is we do not need to play by any rules, and we can do whatever we want.
It's not about Islam, and we are not your dimmies.
Not your dimmy, not your dimmy, bro.
All right, so we got Muslim Man here in the chat, and then Blake, you'll be next. Muslim Man, how you doing?
I'm good.
Wait, are we getting the guy back?
No, he's not here. I don't think he's coming back. But just to let
He's running because he's been humiliated.
Nas, if you want to come back, come on back. But fellas, I would say, let's not allow them to ignite us, so that because now we don't have him to hold his feet to the fire of Matthew, because I was going to embarrass him with Matthew 22 and Psalm 74, but now he's gone. So let's try to just. I know it. We know exactly the tactics of these guys. Let's hold it. Muslim Man, welcome, man.
Thank you. So, I seen this guy rip the Quran. I didn't appreciate that, but to each his own. But I have a question. Why is the Bible so confusing? He uses the word God so loosely. Human beings are called God. Psalm 82:6. Moses is called God. Exodus 7:1. With a big G. And even Satan is called God. That's why there is so much confusion. Over 2 billion Christians in the world. And you have people that believe Jesus is God. Some people, like the Jehovah's Witness, believe that Jesus is the Son of God. You have the modalists that believe Jesus is the Father. This is like the foundation of the church, and you guys can agree with it, because I believe everybody is called God in the Bible, and it confuses people. So, what do you guys have to say about that?
I personally think that I wish IP was here at this point. He would love this topic.
As a former cable TV engineer, I can now finally share how you can watch unlimited channels for free.
Topic, and he would have a lot of fun with it. But it doesn't say that people are gods. It merely uses the term Elohim in different senses.
For human judges who are representing God.
It's not a word that was always exclusive to the one creator God. It is a word that was culturally adopted and came into the culture as something that not only refers to the creator, Almighty God, but something to superior beings or more respected people and so on. Which is why it also refers to the golden calf, or to other objects that people surround themselves with as Elohim and so on. That doesn't mean that it acknowledges all of those as God. God has a very specific place in the Bible, has a name in the Bible, which he doesn't have in the Quran unless you want to accept Allah as his name, and so on. So I wouldn't say that it uses the word God loosely. It even says the same word, Elohim. It says when it uses it directly to refer to the one God, it says there is no other than you. There is no other God than him.
Yeah, so I'm saying.
Let me just go ahead and add to that real quick. So you have the term Elohim, which is a kind of generic term in that it doesn't just refer to. It's similar, but even broader than our word God, right? So we can use the English word God and refer to God. You can also refer to false gods or pagan gods, or the god of this or the god of that. The term Elohim was even a bit broader, and that it could refer to spirit beings, it could refer to judges who are in the place of representing God and so on. But you have, when you're talking exclusively about the God of the Bible, you have a name, you have Yahweh. So what you're saying is, hey, there's this generic term that can be used here, and that's confusing. One, no one's confused by this. Who's confused by this? Two, if you had a problem, then what would you do with something like Elah Arabic, which is kind of a more generic term. So if it's a problem having a generic term, but then you have the specific term Allah, you have the specific term Yahweh, but you have a more generic term that's used elsewhere. If you're saying that's a problem, then why would it be a problem for anyone? And it would be a problem for you if you're saying, oh, the Bible is confusing. Well, according to the Quran, the Torah and the Gospel were revealed by Allah, and Allah preserves these scriptures and orders. And so if you're saying, hey, it's confusing, then what you're actually saying, according to the Quran, is, hey, Allah orders Jews to judge by the Torah. He orders Christians to judge by the Gospel, and yet these books are hopelessly confusing and can't be understood properly, in which case it's kind of a big slap in the face to Allah.
By their fruit you shall know them, if you look at the Christian world, because Islam, every Muslim knows who God is. Nobody is confused about Allah. Every Muslim accepts Allah is the God. Everybody accepts Prophet Muhammad is a human and he's a prophet. Even when it comes to Jesus, we are more united. We are more in sync on who Jesus is. We all Muslims say he's a prophet. But when it comes to you guys, because of the confusion of everybody called God, why?
Where do you see Christians confused on who is and is not God?
Because you have the Unitarian, like the basic.
Oh, he's gonna say you have great, then Muslims are confused about whether Muhammad is the last guy to come, because you have Ahmadis, and they believe that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad came after Muhammad and that he speaks for God. So there's confusion in the Muslim community about whether Muhammad is the last guy. There's confusion because different Muslims believe different things. There's confusion about what the Quran is, because you had groups like the Mutazilites who believe that the Quran actually was created and had a beginning. You have other Muslims who believe that the Quran is eternal. There's confusion. They have confusion about Tawheed. Muslims don't even agree on whether Allah has actual body parts. You have the Salafis, and they believe, yes, Allah has actual body parts. You have others who say, no, this is just metaphorical, this is just figurative, and so on. So they can't agree about God, they can't agree about the Quran, they can't agree about Muhammad, they can't agree about anything. That's just hopelessly confusing. Stop pretending that you guys are all on the same page with this stuff.
You are acting like Christians have a big disagreement and debate about whether Jesus is a god or not. There is no big disagreement. The vast majority of Christians, except for tiny minorities, agree on what God is, and there is as much a disagreement among Muslims, if you want to go for it. The only issue among which, even in that regard, there are tiny minorities that disagree with the majority. The only issue is how you explain the nature of Christ, not whether he is God or not.
I mean, if you look at the Unitarian, if you look at the Jehovah's Witness, all that stems from everybody being called God. Even Satan is called God in the Bible.
Nobody's confused by that.
Huh?
Nobody's confused by that. Nobody thinks, oh, wait a minute, should we worship Satan because it says God?
Yeah, literally no one is confused.
Did you just pay with PayPal?
Yeah, and the cashback's
Are you guys feeling this?
You get 5% cash back on any category you choose. Really? Every single month. But even more when I shop online? I would pay with you everywhere. I really like to pay with it.
I know, right?
No, I mean like boom.
Oh.
Every payment, everywhere, every time. Don't just pay, PayPal.
Mom? Dad?
Oh, you're home from college.
Just gonna throw my bag in my room.
Your bag.
So I think you're saying Christians are all confused by this.
Here's the thing that you're missing, Muslim man. The Bible has something that the Quran doesn't have, which is that in the Bible there is a very distinct term, a very distinct name that is only preserved for God himself, for the one God, and that is the name of God. That is what you see whenever you open an English translation of the Bible and you find the word in capital letters, Lord. What it says in Hebrew there is Yahweh, or the Tetragrammaton. And in different languages, you will have that written as Adonai, as something else that is distinct from God. So you have the one word God, which is a more generic word for what God is. That's his title. And then you have the name of God, that is his sacred name for all eternity, as it says in the Bible. Everyone knows that that name itself stands for God. And which is why that word, why that name is always distinguished, is highly respected. Jews don't even pronounce it. That's how sacred they find it. You don't have that in Islam. In Islam, you have Allah is just Allah, and it actually comes from El-Ilah, which is just a generic word for God, and you don't have the same name of God that is found in the Bible. You want to apply this whole the naming of God as it is found in Islam to the Bible, but it doesn't work that way, because in the Bible, God himself already has a name that everyone knows is associated only with him.
So is the name Yahweh in the New Testament? And my argument is not that. My argument is everybody being called God. Like Moses is being called God. You compare him to the English, Moses is being called God with the capital G. Even black people are called God, right? It is confusing, and when it comes to us, the foundation is every Muslim, doesn't matter if it's Shia, Sunni, everybody calls Allah their God.
Can you give me an example in the Bible where a bad person is called God?
John 10:30. Those people that wanted to sell Jesus, do you think they're bad or they're good? Jesus tell them, ye are called gods, and the scripture cannot be broken.
No, that's not what Jesus said at all. He said it said in the scripture, ye are gods. So this is referring.
He was referring to the people, right?
No, he's not saying you guys are gods. He's saying it's written. You got to understand the reasoning. They say you just called yourself the Son of God, you deserve a death sentence. He says, but wait a moment. In the Psalms, it refers to human judges as Elohim. Therefore, and that's God saying that. Therefore, you have to actually understand what someone is claiming and decide whether it's true or false. You can't just say, since someone applies a term, therefore death sentence. You have to say, is the person actually what he claims to be? And so he's saying you can't just execute someone for using a term like Son of God, because right there you had God calling the human judges Elohim. And therefore, should all of these people have been executed because they have this term which can be used of human judges? If you wouldn't say that these human judges were called Elohim because they represent God, if they shouldn't be executed because it's actually God saying, these are the people I'm talking about as my representatives, then when someone says, I'm the Son of God, you can't execute him. You have to see whether the person is actually speaking for God.
Yeah, but the scripture in Psalm 82:6 is God calling the judges God. But Jesus is referring to them saying, even you guys, Jewish people, are called God in the scripture. So don't
he quotes Jesus is Jesus is referencing Psalm 82. Psalm 82. Psalm 82. Okay. When we read Psalm 82, what he's referencing actually says, and I said, you are gods, you are all sons of the Most High, of El Elyon, but you will die like mere mortals. We already had this discussion at the very beginning. Talking about the word Elohim, gods, and this doesn't that God is thereby declaring everyone as gods. It simply doesn't have the same connotations that you apply to.
Is God Almighty called Elohim in the Bible? like in the first chapter of the Bible, is he called Elohim? Same word he's using to call the Satan.
We've already granted that there is this term Elohim that can be applied to all kinds. Again, our word God. We say, "Hey, God," and you can pray to God, but you can also say, "Oh, there's the God of the Quran, and here are these false gods over here, and these people believe in multiple gods, and so on." You're using the same word. You understand from context what the word is. I mean, what you're actually saying is, "Hey, there's a word." And that word can be used in multiple ways, therefore hopelessly confusing, and the whole system is false. That's absurd and ridiculous. We know what you learn these things. You understand. No one's confused by this. No one's confused. Oh, are we supposed to worship Satan? Are we supposed to worship Moses? We're not confused by this.
You are the only person who is having this confusion. I've never ever witnessed anyone being confused about who is God. We just don't know. We just don't know because the Bible calls everyone God.
Jesus, everybody is confused. Nobody.
Are you Ibarra?
You are the only person who is confused.
Hold on, is your name Ibarra?
Huh?
Is your name Ibarra?
Good one.
What?
Ibarra, is that your name?
What's your name?
Ibar?
Ibarra. Is your name Ibarra?
By the way, just to let everybody know, I just got a text from Lyric. She said that she may and or may not be here today.
So then she... No.
No, you're not Ibarra?
No.
Say wallahi, your name is not Ibarra.
On my mother, my name is not Ibarra.
No. Say wallahi.
Wallahi, talahi. Why are you asking me? My name is not Ibarra. Why would I lie? My face is right here.
Say wallahi, you're not
Wallahi, talahi. My name is not Ibarra, embarrassed or whatever. It's not my name.
Okay.
Good. Am I giving you a hard time? That's why you're asking me.
You remind me.
Did I take it easy on you guys?
No. Here's the thing. Once again, I'm not sure how to explain this to you, but you are applying the word God. You put a lot of value on the word God itself when it is not quite used in the same way in the Bible, and nobody has a problem with this. The Bible starts out with God creating everything where there was nothing. However, once you come to the second chapter of Genesis, which comes within a very, very short reading of where you start, it even explicitly says the following: Yahweh Elohim created the earth and the heavens. So it then specifies immediately. It immediately introduces the name of God, which also later on is given to Moses as an instruction to be remembered for all eternity, which is why it appears in the Bible over 6,000 times. It is highly valued. It is distinguished right there. It doesn't God is, and then continues with the context. And then you can find throughout the Bible the word Elohim once again used for different purposes, including for judges or for higher beings and so on. The word itself is not reserved for God. It is merely a term that has been very much adopted to refer to the highest being, to the creator of everything. But you are looking at it from a very Islamic angle, because in Islam you have Allah, which is the name of God, and it's also God. That's it. Your Allah doesn't have a name. In the Bible, God actually has a name. We know
Allah is the God, and it's the name of God. But the problem you have is let me speak. I listen to you. The problem you have is the Old Testament is in Hebrew, but the New Testament is in Greek.
What's the problem?
And the problem is the word God is used for Satan, and it's not the word Elohim used for Satan. So the God is used for Satan with the definite article in 2 Corinthians 4:4. So that becomes a problem.
We just established over and over again that this is not a title reserved for God alone.
It's my turn, because what I like to do is after, hold on, Muslim man, after you give such a beautiful explanation, a detailed breakdown and exegesis of the text, AP, and they still play dumb, I like to then also return the favor and, use their type of logic and mindset and their level of arguments to see how they will handle it, and watch how common sense and contextual intellect suddenly hops on the Muslim.
Do I get to speak without getting cut off every time?
Well, yeah. I mean, you're about to get to speak now. I'm gonna give you the floor right now. I mean, because if you're saying that the Bible is confused about who God is because of these certain passages that they explain, and you're just like, oh no, that doesn't work. I will also like to say the same thing, that really the Quran is confused about who God is, who Allah is, because for example, like Allah's supposed to be the only one who is the creator of life and stuff like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, Allah is the creator of all.
Allah is the creator of life. So I mean, I'm a little confused about who God is, because the Quran says that Jesus creates life as well. Matter of fact, actually, Allah himself says that he's the best of creators. So there's many creators out there. I'm just so confused on who God is.
How many creators are there, man?
Do I get to speak now? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Respond to that.
When it comes to creator or Lord, God gave humans some of his attributes. Like,
his attributes.
Right, guys? Sure. Take it easy. Like, let me speak. I said, when it comes to attribute, God doesn't have a problem giving some of his attributes to humans.
So I can say, I am the truth?
Wait, he gave us mercy and just the ability to create. It's not wrong to say that Steve Jobs created the iPhone. It's not a problem.
Not the same thing.
And Jesus, when it comes to Jesus creating, it says by the leaf of God, Bismillah. It doesn't say that Jesus created on his own.
So Allah is not the only one.
5:30, that he cannot do nothing by himself.
So Allah is not the only one who creates life, right?
Huh?
Allah is not the only one who creates life, right?
Jesus didn't create life by the leaf
Yes, he did.
God.
Did Jesus create life?
No, Bismillah. He blew into a thing and it became alive by the leaf of God.
Who blew into the thing? Who blew into the thing?
It's called divine agency. God, just like...
Who blew into the thing?
Jesus.
Okay, so Jesus blew into the bird, and what happened as a result?
It became a bird by the leaf of Allah.
So Allah gave Jesus permission to create life?
No, Allah told Jesus to blow into the thing, and then it became life. He did that?
It says that Allah told him to do that. It says that he did it. It says Allah gave him, it says he does it by Allah's permission. So by Allah's permission, Jesus created life. Is that?
Were you or your family victims of direct acts of violence?
Open your eyes. The Soviet Union is crumbling.
We can just leave. This is at home.
Some men came by yesterday evening asking for the names of all the Armenian
Police? Police don't care what happened to us.
The world is changing all around you. Yet you failed to see it.
Communism failed me. They left my people to die in the streets.
A life lived without constant fear should be the most basic human life.
Why are you so nice to us? Jesus was a refugee too.
I was born into communism. I did not have a choice what I was born into. I chose Jesus, and I choose this country.
Is that correct?
No, by the leaf of Allah.
Right, by the permission of Allah, he created life, right?
Yeah, just like by the leaf of Allah, Moses parted the sea.
All right, good. So then how many creators do you have then?
I told you.
Should I take it easy on you? Should I take it easy on you?
I gave you a straight answer. When it comes to law, Allah is the owner of law. He gave us some of that. But when it comes to creation,
we're just applying your logic. You just told us that people
Allah
are
is the best of creator. He gave you the ability
you just said Christians are confused because the Bible
doesn't take away from
uses the
Allah.
word Elohim loosely by referring to everyone as God. But yet you don't have a problem suddenly when the Quran itself explicitly says that Jesus himself took a bird or formed from clay a bird, and then he breathed into it and it became a living bird.
The Quran says he didn't do it. He didn't do it by his own power.
That's not what it says. That's not what it says. He did it by Allah's permission. That's what it says.
Exactly.
So he can do it. What
said
is
the
Allah's
word in
permission all over the
Arabic
world?
is bihiznillah. It means by the power of God.
So, okay, so Allah can allow somebody else to create life as well then.
I mean, Allah can give somebody else love, they could be love, somebody else justice. These are the attributes of God.
So you're saying that Allah gave Jesus the attribute of creating life?
He gave him the power to blow in a bird, and the bird became alive. Yes.
So Jesus created that bird, right?
Jesus didn't create no bird. By the power of God, Jesus created the bird. What are you saying?
You just said that Jesus is the one who created it by Allah's leave.
Yeah, by the power. He didn't put on his own power.
His attribute with Jesus, but for some reason you don't want to say the final thing. So since Allah gave Jesus his attribute of creating, Jesus is the one who created that bird, right?
What I'm saying is, with the help of Allah, Jesus created the bird.
Okay, so Jesus created life.
Yeah, with the help of Allah, he didn't.
So he's a creator. He's a creator.
He's a creator. No, he's not a creator. He's
he created.
Huh? I mean, he's not the creator. He's a creator just like Steve Jobs. He's the creator of iPhone.
He's not the creator. He's a creator, right?
Why is the Quran confused here and talks about different people being creators?
I'm so confused.
Nobody called Allah. Nobody called God.
AP, who are we supposed to worship? Who are we supposed to worship, AP, when there are so many creators?
I don't know, man. There's one creator. There's the other creator. It just loses the word create. It uses the word creator so loosely, and everyone is confused about who creates.
And who should that bird worship? Obviously, his creator, which is Jesus. So the bird
Jesus created him. You should worship one Yeah, there's one being out there that worships Jesus.
Whenever that bird tweets, it tweets Alhamdulillah Yeshua.
Like I said, Jesus on his own accord, he couldn't create anything. Allah gave him the power by his leave. He was able to create the bird.
So both Allah and Jesus created that bird.
Allah, with the help of Allah, Jesus.
Allah with the help of Jesus,
No, with the help of Allah.
Oh, so Allah with the help of Allah.
So it says here,
of Allah, Jesus created that bird. He says
it says on here Al-Khaliq, which means the creator. So I could say that the name Al-Khaliq here, which is the creator, is not just the name of Allah. It can also be a name of Jesus. So one of Allah's names is also the name of Jesus. Then.
His creators, the ability to create. Steve Jobs was able to create iPhone.
That's not the same thing. Steve Jobs creates something from things that already exist. He puts something together. He does not create life.
A bird already exists before Jesus.
No, it doesn't. Jesus gives the life to a
bird before Jesus came into this
Did that bird exist before Jesus created it?
Did iPhone exist before Steve Jobs created it?
Muslim man. Did that bird exist before Jesus created it?
No, same thing as iPhone didn't exist.
Not the same thing. Follow me here.
We're talking about things that came into existence before
Did Steve Jobs add anything to the iPhone that did not exist in one way or another as matter in this world, and that he brought into existence?
Ranger, we have over 1 million products, including the ones that help keep your workplace safe and sound. Shop. Our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jesus did not create the bird from nothing. He took a clay and blew into it, and
what did he blow into it?
So did Allah when he created man.
What did he blow into it?
Huh?
What did he blow into it?
A prayer, and then Allah answered but the sign that Allah gave him. When prophet come, Allah give them signs so they can show it to people.
He blew a prayer. He blew a prayer
those people
into the
can see
bird.
that these people are prophets. And
He blew a prayer into the bird.
Yeah. When you pray, you blow on it and it became alive. That's just the gift that God gave him. But he didn't put...
I blow a little prayer in you.
I can't do it because I'm not a prophet.
Get down.
I'm a prophet, so Allah gave me...
Hey, we have established that Jesus is the creator as well.
Innovator. Get down. Get down. Get down. Innovator.
You heard it here, Jesus.
Hey, by the way, notice the kind of hypocrisy here. Hey, it's fine for Allah to grant to allow someone else to create, and that other person would be creator, and then there would be multiple creators. But we would understand that there's one really main creator, and then these other creators would kind of be in their place. Okay, well, applying that exact same reasoning to the original objection, hey, this term Elohim is used in multiple ways. Yeah, but it's clear what God is saying. It's clear God is saying, even in the psalm you brought up, it's clear that God is saying, hey, I'm calling you Elohim because you're these human judges, but if you guys aren't using that authority correctly, you're just going to die like regular, just like anyone else. It's clear what is being said here. And what we find is it's okay for Allah to do it, no confusion there, even though you end up with multiple creators and all kinds of other things. Just because we're talking about Jesus breathing into the bird and so on, you have all these passages where it's the Spirit who shows up and appears to Mary in the form of a man. And yet you have Allah saying, we breathed into her of our spirit. So Allah's the one who's breathing into her, and yet it's the Spirit who appears to her is breathing into her. This is like multiple Allahs. You have multiple different beings who all say they're breathing into Mary and so on. And so you'd have to say these are all the same being, or something. There would be all this confusion. Somehow it's all perfectly acceptable because you can try to understand it in Islam, but if you've got the Bible and literally no one is confused by it, but you're confused by it, therefore it's this huge problem for Christianity.
I'll tell you why it's a problem, because Eloha is the name of God. When you use the plural for God, when you use the plural for God, it gives it a divine title. That's why when it says in Exodus 7, when I make you Elohim for Moses, that's why it used the capital G.
That's not the unique name for God.
Of respect, which is only a divine title, is used. So, and the other problem is when Satan is called God, it wasn't Elohim. You guys are just
the unique name for God.
The word Elohim.
You are making things up here. That is not the unique name for God.
Let me just say two more words. And when it comes to what you're saying, you guys believe in divine agency.
If like all of this stuff is already broken down to you, and that's it. We're not about to follow another rabbit trail.
I want to just say
around this because you make false arguments. It doesn't work.
You guys are saying divine agency. Moses parted the sea.
If your logic is going to be that, this is confusing because this word is used generally elsewhere now, and really there's no context in who's the real God. Fine. If that's your mindset, after we just explained that to you, and you want to still play dumb, play dumb. We can play dumb too. Well, really, we actually have a real point. When we do it to you, you actually have the real problem. You have multiple creators in your Quran, by your own admission, reluctantly. Okay? So, with that being said, man, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Thanks for coming, Muslim man.
Thank you, Muslim man.
All right, let's go ahead and
Jesus is the creator.
Sounds like a...
Ninja Turtles in Hero Wars. The legendary RPG Hero Wars welcomes new heroes to the battlefield. Unleash their full power in thrilling battles against sinister monsters. Unlock a unique hero during the event from December 2nd to 21st. Play Hero Wars for free now. Available on PC and mobile.
Welcome to Capturing Christianity. Cameron Bertuzzi here, and today I've got a debate or a dialogue, however you want to look at it, on the Islamic dilemma between Dr. Khalil Amdani, who is a Muslim scholar, and Sam Shamoun. Let me go ahead and pull him in here. And if you don't know who these two people are, I'm just going to assume that you actually do. We have a lot of people that were waiting to watch this live. If you'd like to learn about my guests, go check out the description of the video. I don't want to waste too much of your time. I know everyone is here to watch this discussion, watch this debate, so let's get into it. What we have planned for you is a 20-minute presentation from Khalil, where he's going to be presenting on the Islamic dilemma from his perspective, and then after that, it's just going to be open dialogue between the two of these guys. I'm going to do my best to stay out of this conversation as much as possible so that they can have a really great dialogue. And we will, toward the end of the show, we will be taking some questions from you guys. If you want to send in a question, the best way to do it, probably with the stream, the amount of people that we have watching, is probably going to be through Super Chat. So if you'd like to send in a question, probably the best way to do that, again, is through Super Chat. But now let's go ahead and turn it over to Khalil for his roughly 20-minute presentation.
All right. Thank you so much to Cameron for hosting this entire event. Thank you, Sam, for making the time to have a chat with me. So we're going to be talking about the Islamic dilemma, and this is really going to be a dialogue, but I've been given the benefit of making an opening statement just to lay out my thoughts on the Islamic dilemma, and then I think we're just going to go into a friendly dialogue. So I'm really not approaching this as a debate per se, more so an exchange of views. So firstly, what is the Islamic dilemma? This is an argument that many Christians recently have been using, and I think it goes back to maybe the 19th century from what I can tell. So the argument is something like this. The Quran confirms the divine inspiration, authority, and preservation of the Christian New Testament. However, second premise, the Quran contradicts certain teachings in the New Testament. But if the Quran is true, the New Testament must be true. And since the New Testament teaches the Trinity, the divinity of Jesus, and other things which contradict the Quran, it therefore follows that the Quran is false. And this is called the Islamic dilemma because this is an argument that Christians present to Muslims. So it's meant to be an internal critique of the Muslim belief that the Quran is a true revelation from God. So at a broad level, there are actually several ways for Muslims to respond to the dilemma. So here's the first response to the Islamic dilemma as it's stated here. The first response would actually negate and disprove and disagree with premise one, that the Quran confirms the New Testament. The first response would instead say, based on the Quran itself, that the Quran only confirms the gospel, singular, revealed to and taught by Jesus, and that this Jesus gospel may be partially embedded within the four Christian gospels, but it is not coextensive with them. This view seems to be the early and historical majority of Muslims, at least by the 15th, 16th century. The majority of Muslims held to a view like this. And this is my preferred view. So this is the view that I'll be speaking about in detail in my 20-minute opening. However, I want to acknowledge that this is not the only response to the Islamic dilemma. There is a second response that can be offered, which is a little bit different from this. So the second response would actually say that the Quran confirms the divine inspiration and authority and preservation of the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. This view again says that the Quran teaches that the Gospel is the message revealed to and taught by Jesus, but this view would concede that Jesus's teachings can be found, generally preserved, with a few exceptions, within the four Christian Gospels that you have in the New Testament. So this view would affirm premise one in this particular way. And it would also then say that the Quran does not really contradict the teachings of Jesus in the four Gospels when those teachings are interpreted correctly. So it could admit that the four Gospels are true. But again, this view would say that the four Gospels do not teach the Trinity, the divinity of Jesus, and other such things. And therefore, there's no dilemma. This view is also an early view, and it seems to be the minority of Muslims that held this view. I'll put some examples. I've put some names on the slide. For people who are interested in this view, I would recommend people see the PhD dissertation of Ali Atai, which is available or the writings of Reza Shah Kazemi, or the work of the 15th century Sunni al-Biqai, among others. Although I don't prefer this view, I actually think this is a defensible position, especially for Sufi Sunni Muslims and for esoterically inclined Shia Muslims like myself. The third response would actually be more broader, and this would say that the Quran does confirm the New Testament. Again, the Quran only teaches that the gospel revealed to and taught by Jesus is the actual revelation, but this response would concede that Jesus' gospel is preserved within the New Testament, more broadly speaking. And what this view would say is that the Quran does not really contradict the New Testament when the New Testament is interpreted correctly, in which case the New Testament does not teach the Trinity, divinity of Christ, and other such things. Sayyid Ahmed Khan is a modernist Muslim who held this view, and we have a lot of Unitarian biblical exegesis today that would also help Muslims respond in this way. So what is my view then of the Islamic dilemma? As I said, I prefer the response number one, which I'm going to outline now. So firstly, what is the Quranic view of revelation? And the term that the Quran used to describe revelation is the word kitab. And the Quran actually speaks of one kitab that every prophet has brought. And you can notice kitab is in the singular in all these verses. So Jesus brought kitab, Moses brought kitab, the prophets in general brought kitab. What does kitab mean? A lot of people translate kitab as book, and they imagine that when the Quran says kitab, it's talking about a physical scroll or a text, a big physical book with pages. But based on academic critical scholarship in Quranic studies done by numerous scholars, including myself and including Professor Daniel Madigan, who's also a Catholic priest, the Quran does not present the kitab as a closed and definable corpus. In other words, the Quran doesn't present kitab as a physical book. Kitab is a Quranic description of the content of revelation, not the form of revelation. And the content of revelation is called kitab, which literally means writing, not because it's a material writing, but because kitab is prescriptive. And even the English word prescriptive conveys that sense. Another translation of kitab would be divine decree. So a revelation from God is called kitab, not because of its physical form, but because of its function as prescribing divine commands on its recipients. That's why every revelation, regardless of its physical form in the Quran, has been called kitab. And also based on Quranic studies research, which you can also find in my dissertation, as well as many other scholars before me, the Quran has two levels of kitab. There is a universal transcendent kitab, which I call the divine writing. This is in heaven, basically. It's not on earth, it's unseen. And every particular revelation, every revealed kitab is a specified manifestation of the transcendent kitab. And it's based on this unity of the kitab at the transcendent level that the Torah is called kitab and the Quran is called kitab. And even when the Quran is not a written document, because it doesn't become that until later, even the oral Quran is called the kitab. But basically any prophetic teaching can be called kitab, even though it's not necessarily a physical book. Now let's go to what the gospel is. What is the Quranic view of the gospel in light of what we know about kitab? So in the previous slide you saw here, the second verse, God tells all the prophets, I give you kitab and hikmah. That means I give you kitab and wisdom. Now let's talk about Jesus. So according to the Quran, as I understand it based on my expertise, the Quranic Jesus brought two revelatory products. He brought the Torah and the gospel, singular. And those are also described as kitab and wisdom. And there are two verses that actually lay this out. God will teach him the kitab and the hikmah, the Torah and the Injil, the gospel. So the gospel in the Quran is defined consistently as the revelatory content that God gives to Jesus and which Jesus preaches. Notice the Quran never defines the gospel singular as biographies about Jesus, and it definitely does not refer to the gospel as the 27-book New Testament. There's just no Quranic basis to affirm the 27-book New Testament. So here we have a verse that says very clearly, we gave him, Jesus, the gospel, and Jesus also confirms the Torah because God also taught Jesus the Torah. So God gave Jesus the Torah and the gospel, not as physical books, but as divine inspiration, and Jesus orally taught the Torah and the gospel. So what is the relationship between the Quranic concept of gospel and what Christians call the gospel? Well, the relationship would be something like this. Jesus' gospel is Jesus' words. The four gospels are later biographies, evangelical biographies written about Jesus. So Jesus' words are the gospel that is embedded within, but not coextensive with the four gospels. And then the New Testament is even greater than that. This is not an error that the Quran is making. When the Quran says Jesus brought the gospel or he was given the gospel singular, this is not a mistake. The Quran actually fully understands what is really going on here, because the earliest meaning of gospel, euangelion, that you find in the four gospels themselves is the teaching of Jesus, right? There are numerous verses that says Jesus proclaimed the gospel, singular, or euangelion of God. Now, I would also note that if we read about early Christianity, within the first 2 centuries, before the four Gospels are canonized as the main collection, many Christians talked about a single Gospel. The Didache, which I think is a 2nd century book, the Didache refers to Jesus' gospel, with the word the Lord commanded in his gospel, or the gospel of our Lord. And in the Didache, gospel means the teaching of Jesus. The first attestation of 4 gospels is only found with Irenaeus writing in the 2nd century. And we should also note that when Irenaeus talked about 4 gospels, many other Christian groups were only adhering to a single gospel. So even when they talked about the physical form of the gospel, Marcion only had 1 gospel. Justin only talks about 1 gospel. Tatian combined the 4 gospels into 1 gospel. The Ebionites only had 1 gospel. The adoptionists only had 1 gospel. Irenaeus says this himself. So the 1 gospel model is actually more antiquated and more closer to the original than the 4 gospel model. And I think what the Quran is doing when it says Jesus brought the gospel, I think the Quran is actually restoring the earliest Christian understanding of what the single gospel is. All right. So does the Quran say the Jewish and Christian scriptures are corrupted? Now, there's usually several verses. I put some of them on the screen. And these are verses that Muslims often cite to claim that there is a corruption of the Jewish and Christian scriptures. But let me specify what corruption means, right? This is not to say that, okay, the Bible has manuscript problems. The corruption that's described here is that false teachings have been mixed with genuine revelation. And that mixing happens, and then what the Christians canonize as the New Testament is already a mix of genuine revelation and revelation that's not really revelation, but which people claim is revelation. So when we say corrupted, what's being corrupted is not simply the biblical canon, but the very notion of revelation is being corrupted. Now, I know other people interpret these verses differently. They may say only the meaning of the revelation is corrupted, and I know Sam disagrees, and that's okay. But I would simply point out that if a Muslim believes that the revelation of Moses and the revelation of Jesus have been corrupted and they no longer exist in their original form today on the basis of the Quran, a Muslim is on very firm ground to hold this belief. Professor Walid Taleb, Quranic Studies professor, University of Toronto, says that the majority view of critical scholars is that all these verses above imply an accusation of textual tampering. Again, he says, the scholarly consensus is that the Quran does indeed make the charge that Jewish and Christian scriptures have been textually corrupted. So this is the view of the majority of Quranic studies scholars. So if a Muslim wants to deny that the Torah and the Gospel are preserved to this day, a Muslim is on very strong grounds to make that claim. They do have the backing of a lot of academic scholarship. Now, what else does the Quran have to say about the Bible? Well, and I'm going to go through this very quickly because I can't do all the examples, but if you read through the Quran, we find the Quran consciously, not accidentally, but consciously opposes and corrects stories, beliefs, and claims that are either in the Bible or interpreted from the Bible. Here's a long laundry list of them, and you know, I'm happy to discuss some of these later. So for example, I believe the Quran opposes God being a Trinity. I know that some people, perhaps our guest today, disagree, and some people think the Quran affirms the Trinity, so maybe that's something we can talk about. The Quran opposes the sonship of Jesus. The Quran opposes Jesus being the creative logos. The Quran opposes the divinity of Jesus. There are also other examples I could give, but this is just a summary. So according to Gabriel Reynolds, the Quran is not simply borrowing or doing this by accident. The Quran is consciously reshaping biblical material to advance its own religious claim. So the Quran, the author of the Quran, I believe, knows what's in the Bible. He knows what's in the New Testament, and he's intentionally opposing certain teachings that are in the New Testament. That's probably what's going on here. We even find that the author of the Quran, according to Imran al-Badawi, consciously corrects and re-articulates certain texts that are found in the Aramaic Gospel, so the fourfold Gospel collection. According to al-Badawi, 20% of the Gospel of Matthew is in dialogue with the Quran, and overall 12% of the Gospels are in dialogue with the whole Quran, and the Quran is in close dialogue with the text and context of the Gospels. So the Quran does not demonstrate a superficial awareness of the Gospel text. So the author of the Quran knows what's in the Gospels, and he or she is actually engaging with the content of the Gospels, often correcting, re-articulating certain things that are in there. All right. There are verses that people who advance the Islamic dilemma, they like to quote certain verses to claim that the Quran affirms the scriptures that are with the Jews and Christians, i.e. the Quran affirms the canons. So here's a verse that says, he descended on you the book with truth, confirming, and there's a translation here that says confirming what is between his hands or his two hands. And I've seen this translation being used, but I would point out, if you check who these translators are, they have no academic or traditional credentials. And a more accurate rendering of this verse would be, he sent down to you the kitab, confirming what was before it. Okay, so this phrase, Baina Yadeh, this is what's in dispute here. It literally means between two hands. It does, but this is an idiom in Arabic, and the idiomatic meaning is in front of or before. Can it mean in front of? Yes, but in the Quran, Baina Yadeh also means temporally before. God sends the winds before his mercy. Believers give charity before their private meeting. 9 verses speak about the Quran or the Kitab as confirming, in my view, what was before it. Okay, and I would argue that this hyper-literal translation of confirming what is between his two hands is incoherent for 2 reasons. Number one, the Quran or Kitab is not a physical spatial reality. It doesn't have hands. It's an oral recitation. And number 2, the physical Bible was not standing before the Quran or in front of the Quran when the Quran is being recited. So Baina Yadehi cannot mean between its two hands, i.e. between the Quran's two hands. A proper translation would be confirming what was before it, and this is both found in Tafsir and in most English translations. All right, another set of verses that people like to use to argue the Islamic dilemma is that the Quran is confirming what was already with you, or what is already with them. And I found this expression in about 6 verses. Sam and others argue that it means the Quran is confirming the Old and New Testaments. Okay, that's one possibility, but I would rebut that with 4 different ways. First, the phrase what is with them does not entail everything that is with them, nor is it specific enough to say the scriptures that are with them. So you either have to read this as everything that is with them or some of with them. Now, if one claims that this means everything with them is confirmed, then we need to be aware that the Christians in Arabia have with them many things that today's Christians would consider heretical, like Monophysite creeds, Apocrypha, Nestorian creeds, even Jewish Christians, according to Patricia Crona, Jewish Christian beliefs are with them. So then, therefore, the Quran is confirming a whole bunch of Apocrypha and heresies if you read everything with them as, all-inclusive. Second reason why, all the verses that say confirming what is with them, in the same chapter, the Quran denies a belief that is also with them. God having a son, the Trinity, the Eucharist, divinity of Jesus, right? Same surahs contradict a belief that is also with them. So everything with them cannot be a universal statement. Number three, another verse, 381, is more clear. It says that a prophet will come and confirm what is with the prophets. So it's only revelation that's being confirmed. It's not just anything that people have in their canon. Number four, the word tasdeeq or musaddiq, often translated as confirmation, does not entail wholesale affirmation. Another meaning of tasdeeq is to make true. Some scholars have said that tasdeeq means to make true, to cause to be true, to truify, to fulfill. According to Nikolai Sinai, confirmation is not to be confused with mere reiteration, but may involve a degree of authoritative modification and rectification. So the Quran confirming something that comes before can also include the Quran correcting what comes before. Now, I'm out of my time, so I'll just close off over here by making one more point. The last point I'll make is this. Let's say you're not convinced by my response to the Islamic dilemma. That's okay. There are two other responses. But regardless of what response you go with, all Muslims will point to this verse. The Quran refers to itself as a muhayman, a supreme authority over the prior scriptures, whether they're preserved or not. This term has many meanings, but some of the meanings include the Quran as a judge, a trustworthy, and a controller over previous scriptures. And for this reason, the scholar Nikolai Sinai has said quite clearly that according to the Quran, Muhayman means that the Quran has authority over the previous scriptures. The Quran is the unimpeachable standard for the validity of statements about the content and meaning of prior revelations. As he says, the Quran is the decisive corrective against other revelations. The Quran is the ultimate arbiter. So even if I have to accept that the Bible is preserved, which I don't, but even if I did, because this is an internal critique, as a Muslim, I would use the Quran as the decisive criterion to interpret and recover the correct meaning of the Bible. So in that sense, I believe Muslims are clearly able to answer the Islamic dilemma. Thank you, Sam, and thank you, Cameron, for allowing me to be part of this.
Meet Panera's new Ciabatta Dippers, a duo built for dipping, here for a limited time.
All right, so at this point, we're about to turn to open dialogue, and this portion will last, we'll see. I mean, like I said at the beginning of this stream, we are going to, at least the plan is to take questions, so if you'd like to send those again, try to send them as super chats. I anticipate getting quite a number of questions for my two guests. We've got 1,300 people watching right now, but looks like we've only got about 300 likes. I want to encourage you guys, if you like this video, you like this content, you're enjoying this so far, hit the like button. Let's get those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. So so let's go ahead and now turn it over to Sam. So Sam, would you like to begin with just kind of laying out like your view of the Islamic dilemma? Like how would you describe the dilemma itself?
I really mean this. I really love Dr. Adnani. He's a professional academic. So I love his approach. And the one thing I want to say is, in your articulation Islamic dilemma, I don't know if you're aware that when you say the Quran contradicts the Bible and therefore can't be confirming it, that's part of our dilemma. That's actually part of the argument. So this is why when you're saying these statements that the Quran cannot be confirming everything that's with them because it contradicts it, this is what our argument is. It assumes that it's in agreement with those scriptures, but it contradicts them, and hence the Quran is not a revelation from God. Now, I don't know if you're arguing as an academic or you're arguing as a theologian, because when I heard your presentation with Paul Williams, you said you can approach the Quran from two perspectives. Either you can approach it academically, descriptively, and see what the Quran says, or you can approach it from a theological position. From what I heard in your presentation, there was a combination of both. You're assuming that the Quran is revelation, so that if the Quran contradicts the scriptures are wrong. But now, let us try to be neutral. Let us not approach it theologically, academically. So when it says, confirming all that is with them, you stated, well, that means would it confirm even the apocryphal Gospels? Well, that's your dilemma. That's not my dilemma. That's the dilemma that you have to resolve, because there's nothing in the passages you cited, and I have a whole list of them and I can share my screen. And since you went to pre-modern tafsir, and part of your arguments is that you included Sunni tafsirs, I'm going to include them as well. So my question to you is, since the Quran says it confirms what is with them and doesn't qualify it, how do you know that the apocryphal Gospels are not inspired? That's your burden, that's your dilemma. So how do you know they're not inspired?
You want me to answer?
Yes, I'm waiting for it now.
Okay, so the first thing is, the Islamic dilemma is a dilemma. It's called the Islamic dilemma because it's an argument that Christians present to Muslims, and it actually assumes a Muslim belief in the Quran. So to answer the dilemma, I have to take a position as a Muslim, which I happen to be. But when we mince over what is the correct meaning of the Quran, because that's what the dilemma comes down to. The dilemma comes down to, you guys interpret certain verses some way, I interpret verses another way. So I appeal to critical historical scholarship on the Quran because that is a good indicator of what the Quran means in its own context, just like we would do the same to critical historical scholarship on the Bible, right? So
yeah, I didn't want to cut you off. Yeah, so now you're now arguing. Yeah, but you're arguing theologically now, so you're going to come in as a Muslim. Because I was listening to your presentation, that's why. I'm going by what you said with Paul Williams. So now that you're answering it theologically, since you assume the Quran is revelation, and I assume it isn't, so now the argument of the Quran is to convince the Jews and Christians this prophet is a prophet in the line of the prophets that came before him, and what he has confirms what is with them, and that's one of the arguments he gives, that they should take what he has seriously because it comes from the same source. So now, since you're saying that if we take this, and by the way, I need to screen share. I don't know if, can we screen share? Because I want to show
we can definitely make that happen. So just start sharing your screen and I'll get it pulled up.
Yeah, if we can bring this up. Can I scroll down, or does he have to?
No, you. Let me unshare. Hold on.
There we go. Yeah. So now, is there a way you can enlarge it or no? No. Okay. We can't hear you, Cameron.
Oh, sorry about that. I had my mic muted. You're gonna have to scroll on your end. There you go.
Oh,
you have to zoom in.
All right. Okay. So you said confirm doesn't mean everything. Well, you have to first demonstrate that, not by going to a passage that says, well, see, in that same Quran, it then contradicts what is found in those scriptures. Well, are you admitting that this statement is referring to the scriptures in the possession of the Jews and Christians, which would be the New Testament? But you're now assuming that it doesn't confirm all of it, but some of it? Because for you to go to chapter 2, verse 116 or 117, to show that it denies that Allah has a son, therefore, this cannot mean it confirms everything. So that implicitly affirms that the Quran is acknowledging the New Testament and the Old Testament, but not all of it. So earlier you said that the Quran does not at all acknowledge the New Testament. It's aware of it, but doesn't acknowledge it or even appeal to it. So what are you saying exactly here?
So I said earlier, and if you look at the graphic that I had posted earlier, right? So I said that what the Quran confirms in the case of Christianity is
By the way, I can pull that back up if you want to share. It's up to you.
It's okay. So Sam, if you recall, in one of my slides, I had a diagram, and I said what the Quran confirms is the gospel taught by Jesus. That's how it defines the gospel. It doesn't define the gospel as writings about Jesus, and it doesn't define the gospel as a 27-book New Testament canon. Do you agree?
Yeah, but I'm not referring to the gospel. That was part of your argument. And I agree with you that the gospel that the Quran mentions is given to Jesus. But my argument goes beyond that. It doesn't just speak gospel of Jesus, right?
That's fine. That's fine. So, just for starters, though, the definition of gospel in the Quran is the message of Jesus. It's not the New Testament.
Okay, so you want me to? I mean, I can address it, yeah, but see, that's not solely my argument. I agree.
No, I know it's not your sole argument, but that's a premise.
Revelation given to Jesus, but whatever that revelation is, it was there and it was accessible to the Christians per 547 other path, which we'll get into. But my argument was, what was the Quran confirming in the possession of the Jews and Christians? And it says that they're supposed to uphold not only the Torah and Gospel, all the revelation given to them. So this is what I'm trying to get at. What is that revelation in Arabia? What did the Christians have?
So within the Christian canon, within the New Testament, there is content in there that is extant revelation from what Jesus taught, from what the prophets taught. How do I know what?
What is your criterion to determine that the statements in these books contain that revelation? Aren't you begging the question because you assume the Quran is revelation and it's the standard? This is true, this is not.
Okay, so the Islamic dilemma is called the Islamic dilemma because it is an internal critique brought by Christians against believing Muslims. The Islamic dilemma is not an academic argument. It is a polemical, religious, theological argument. So a theological argument is brought by Christians to a believing Muslim. I'm a believing Muslim.
To show what?
Sorry?
To show what? To show that the claim of Muhammad that God sent him is false, that he's not a true prophet.
Yeah, so the Islamic dilemma presumes that the interlocutor already has an established belief in the Quran. And they're trying to lead them from an established belief in the Quran as revelation to a non-belief in the Quran and a belief in Christianity.
Sure.
That's the dilemma. Okay. Right. So, therefore, whoever is answering the dilemma, in this case, it's me. Tomorrow, you might talk to somebody else. But today, it's me. I enjoy talking to you too. So, as a Muslim, I have at my disposal, right, all the internal resources of Islam to answer the dilemma. And to answer the dilemma, I don't have to go back and start from atheism. Of course, if you want me to do that, I can do that.
I know how you're trying to answer, but I'm critiquing what you think is an internal method that consistently refutes the Islamic dilemma. So we keep repeating the same thing. No. So what I want to try to advance the conversation. I am aware that you think that within the Quran you have the means by which to refute the Islamic dilemma, and I'm showing you no, you're actually confirming the Islamic dilemma. If you understand the point I'm making, and maybe it's my fault that I'm not as clear. So let me repeat what I'm saying here.
Sure. Yeah.
You think the Quran is revelation, and therefore that Christians and Jews who believe that the God of Abraham sent these prophets, if they are consistent, they're going to have to believe that God sent Muhammad, and the most obvious thing to do is follow him. The Christians come back and say, well, hold on. Since you claim that the same God of Abraham sent you and that your message agrees with the prophets, well, here are the scriptures that we have in our possession from the prophets. We don't see you're consistent with them, and that's grounds to reject you as a false prophet. You're now coming back. I want you to hear yourself, and I know you are. You're now coming back and saying, well, see, internally, the Quran says the scriptures are not fully intact. So then you're using the Quran to show which parts are intact and those parts that contradict the Quran are false, which then leads a Christian to say, exactly, that's what false prophets do. That's what Joseph Smith does. That's what everyone does. When the Bible exposes them as a fraud, see, your Bible's corrupt. Therefore, that's part of the dilemma. That's why we call Islamic dilemma.
No, so I think what's going on here is you're not actually employing the Islamic dilemma in its original way. So again,
that's all my debate.
Is the Islamic dilemma, is it an internal critique? Because that's what everybody says.
The Islamic dilemma, let me again, because you said I'm not applying consistently. Have you watched all my debates, read all my articles to know?
I've read a ton of your stuff. I've been binging your stuff for the last month. So, and Jay Dyer as well. So
hopefully I'm closer. Now, let me explain to you the dilemma. The dilemma is this. If the Quran sets forth the argument that the scriptures of the Jews and Christians that they have is to be determinative for them to know whether the Quran confirms what is with them, because that's the argument. Let's bring up my screen again.
That's not the argument.
Well, no, let me show you. No, remember, you did concede. There are various ways of interpreting passages, so I'm not committed to your explanation. I'm going
Sure.
to
Where does the Quran say? Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah.
The very passage you quoted, 242, you didn't quote 44. Let me go through this. And this is where you beg the question saying, well, confirm doesn't mean everything because you're always refuting it, which refuted actually nothing. It actually pushed the dilemma back further and caused more difficulties for your position, if I can articulate it. Here, let's go to 289. When there came to a book from God confirming what is with them, and they aforetime prayed for victory over the unbelievers, when there came to them that they recognized they disbelieved in it, and the curse of God is on the believers. So that's one. But here, the one you quoted, 242 on the screen, let's read it in context. Children of Israel, remember my blessing wherewith I blessed you, and fulfill my covenant, and I shall fulfill your covenant, and have all of me. And believe in that I have sent down, confirming that which is with you. So here's the key. I'm sending this down that confirms what you have, so believe it. Now, it makes no sense to say, hey, believe what I sent down, confirming only a part what you have, because there are parts of it corrupt, because that would be grounds for the Jews to say, false prophet. And be not the first to disbelieve in it, and sell not my signs for a little price, and fear you me, and do not confound the truth with vanity, and do not conceal the truth wittingly. Well, you can't conceal something you don't have, Dr. Andani. And perform the prayer and pay the alms, and bow with those that bow. Will you bid others of piety and forget yourselves while you recite the book? Now, I don't know if you want to argue that in this context, the book refers to the heavenly one, because it's saying it's reciting that book. So even if it's a heavenly one, they must have a replica of it on earth for them to recite it. Let me just give you one more, and then I want you to engage the argument. Now, since you quoted Sunni expositors, you quoted them. Here I'm going to quote Qurtubi, whom you listed as one of those who thought that pretty much the New Testament is not the revelation of God. Okay, now, Tafsir al-Qurtubi, volume 1, pages 338, 339. That means the Jews, and the book here is the Quran, while what is with them refers to the Torah and the Gospel. So now we're back to the point I'm trying to make. I can give you more. It says confirming what is with them. And here, a Sunni exegete who doesn't believe the Bible is uncorrupt, admits what they had was the Torah and Gospel. And the argument is, this revelation is true because it confirms what you have. So my question to you is, here, what would the Torah and the Gospel be in their possession? And then how can you tell me it's only confirming a part of it? Because that would be an argument against Muhammad. They'll say, oh, so you're saying our scripture's corrupt? All the more reason you're a false prophet.
Okay. So number one, this is an internal critique. So if it's an internal critique, I have to repeat myself because you're sort of missing the logic of this.
Educate me.
Yeah. So when you make an internal critique, you grant the belief system of the other side, and you try to start with their belief system and you try to lead them out of their belief system. Okay, that's an internal critique. And later today, if you want me to show you, I can show you 4 Christian dilemmas that are also internal critiques, just so you can see what this is.
That would be too cokey, right? So let's concern the subject.
No. I just as examples. So firstly, it's an internal critique. Okay, so the second thing is, these verses are not arguing, they're not saying the Quran is true because it confirms what is with you.
Yes, it is.
It's not an argument.
That's what it is.
It's not an argument.
Sorry, Dr. Kandani, I'm not here to grant your reading. That's the argument.
Okay, so then I don't grant your reading.
Okay,
but I don't grant your reading, so then your dilemma doesn't work. If your dilemma relies on me granting every way you read the Quran, then your dilemma is just talking to yourself.
Okay, no. What it proves is the point we've been making. The Muslims cannot deal with their own scripture, so they have to argue the way that you're actually making my case. So I just want to make it clear how you're making my case. This is where you're up against the wall, because if you just read the text, someone comes to the text, and not assume what you're assuming, just reading it. The argument is clear. You should believe this book because it confirms what is with you. But then the Jews are saying, no, it doesn't. It contradicts your false prophet. You see the dilemma, so you have to deny it, which you're actually making my case. This is your dilemma. You can't grant the plain reading because there's nothing in the context that says it only confirms a part of what they have. Can you show me that in the verse?
Okay, so two things. Number one, there's the word because is not there. It's not saying believe in, it doesn't say believe in the Quran because it confirms. The phrase confirming what is with you is describing, it's more like an adjective. It's just describing what the Quran does. It's not saying believe in X because it confirms what is with you.
What does it do though? You're saying so believe in X.
Sam, let's let Khalil kind of finish his point here.
I'm sorry, my fault. Because I'm sorry.
The word liana, because, is not there. You can check the Arabic. It's not there. So
it doesn't.
This is not presented as an argument the way you're claiming. Now, I get you read it that way, but I'm not obligated to.
I don't mean to. I just want to bring up my article. He keeps putting it down. Bring it up. It's okay. Okay, sorry. I apologize. Continue. I don't mean to cut you off. My apologies.
Yeah.
I just want to bring it up.
It's okay. So I'm not obligated to read the verse that way, okay? Because actually what's going on here is the confirmation, and I've already talked about this, right? There are multiple reasons why it's not confirming everything. Because in Surah 2, right, there are beliefs that are with the Christians, such as the sonship of Jesus, which are denied. So what I think you're doing, and this is a broader point that applies to what you said at the beginning of the discussion. So you said that, all these examples where the Quran opposes a biblical teaching, you use that as a data point for premise 2. But that data is also relevant against premise 1. Okay? Do you understand what I'm saying? So yeah. Premise 1 is the Quran affirms the Bible or affirms the New Testament. That's premise 1. Premise 2 is the Quran opposes the teachings of the New Testament. But all the data that you furnish for premise 2 is a knockdown of premise 1.
Okay.
And the only way you could argue, the only way that you could sort of make an arbitrary split and refuse to apply the same data to premise 1 that you put into premise 2 is by just being arbitrary, by having an assumed conclusion.
Can I address your point? This is not like, I'm not trying to, but we need to interact more than just, okay. Doctor, you want to have your cake and eat it too. I want people to go back and hear your presentation. You yourself admitted that there is a minority view. I don't know how you determine it's a minority view because it's a significant minority view, and I can list Bukhari and others, but I want people to go back because he wants his cake to eat it too. Did we not hear you say that one plausible interpretation, which is not yours, is that yes, the Quran confirms the New Testament, and yet it doesn't teach divine sonship in the Trinity. So your point is moot, because what the Quran would be attacking is the sonship attributed to Christ by Trinitarians. But you acknowledged that you can read the New Testament away, as Unitarians do, and deny the divine sonship of Christ in the Trinity. So that means even according to your argument, the Quran is not contradicting the contents of the New Testament. So why do you want your cake and eat it too?
So that's part of response number 3. My whole presentation was an elaboration of response number 1, and I said that. But if you're saying, the thing is, Sam, you don't buy what I said, which is fine. Like, you have every right to be not convinced, and maybe the audience is not. That's okay. So if we end up, like I'm trying to show you, because remember, this is not an argument that Muslims invented to screw themselves over. This is an argument that you guys bring. So I'm saying, look, you bring the argument, and we Muslims have 3 walls of defense against this Islamic dilemma. And I'm defending on the front line on wall 1. And if you get past me, that's fine. Now you have to go deal with Ali Atai and Reza Shah Kazemi. That's wall 2. And then if you go through wall 2, you have to go to Sayyid Ahmed Khan with wall number 3. That's all I'm showing. And I'm holding up wall number 1. And I think I have the right to do that.
Okay, now let's come back. So I'm going to get past your wall 1, but I'm just trying to show it does not logically follow. You're an academic and you're a professional, and I respect your position. I'm not just saying to say, I mean that. So it does not follow just because chapter 2, 116 denies what you believe to be the sonship, that God has a son, that it's then denying the New Testament, even according to one of the positions that you articulate, which you don't accept. So granted, you don't accept that view, but it's still a view that nonetheless shows that the Quran can be denying the Trinity and still confirm the New Testament. So I'm going to ask you again, in light of these verses that speak of confirming what is with them, where do you get in these passages, not other passages that you assume, to 116, 117, I can give you chapter 9, verse 30. I know what the Quran says. You're assuming that because these statements say God has no son, and the Nasara, who say that Messiah is the son of Allah, Allah fight them, that means it's contradicting the New Testament. No, it would only mean it's contradicting their interpretation, which falls under one of the passages you cited, chapter 3, verse 78. They twist it with their tongues, but it doesn't mean that the Quran is attacking the text. So I'm trying to have you prove to me from these verses that it's saying the text is corrupt. You haven't done that, Dr. Adani, so I'm waiting for the evidence. Give it to me.
So again, Sam, you assume that the Quran confirms the New Testament. You assume it, and then you want evidence that it doesn't confirm it. But you have to first show me, where does the Quran say this 27-book New Testament is revealed by God? Where does it say that?
That way. It says,
where does it say that?
I'm going to answer you, Dr. Sir, I promise you I'm going to answer you.
Yeah, so where?
Okay. When it says confirming what was with them, and in 566-8, it says that the Jews and Christians are to uphold the Torah and the gospel and all the revelations sent down to them. I'm going to ask you again, historically, what is that revelation given to them? See, I'm asking you, you're not answering, so I'm going to ask you again. It's not just Torah and gospel. You focus on the gospel. It goes beyond the gospel. It talks about what is with them, and they didn't just have the gospel. Even if you want to put in the apocryphal gospels, that's your dilemma. That means the Quran is confirming those apocryphal gospels, and therefore the canon of the Christians is bigger, not smaller. But specifically in 566, let me show it to you. 566, 68, and I can bring in the study Quran, which is also modern Quran. I'm just telling you, it's not my view. So people think it's, no, you even admitted it in your opening. I want Christians to go back, clip this. He admitted, yes, there have been Muslims in the past, and there are also present Muslims who agree with my view. The Quran does not teach that the Old and New Testaments are corrupt, but they are the scriptures entrusted to the Jews and Christians. Now, Dr. Andani, even though you threw these two under the bus, I'll ignore them. I'll just go with what it says. I won't read Torah, Old Testament. I'll just read as Torah and
I mean, it doesn't say Old Testament. You're using these amateur translations.
No, it's not
says Torah. It says Torah and Injil. I don't know why you use.
I'm going to challenge you, Dr. Andani. Show me where the Torah in your Quran is something that is defined as given to only one prophet. Where does it say that?
Well, in Surah 6, you have to realize that in the Meccan period, Torah and Gospel are not used, only Kitab and Hikmah are used. So in Surah 6, it describes the Kitab given to Moses. I'll get there.
Please get there.
Yeah, so Surah 6 describes, the word Torah is not in the Meccan part of the Quran. We have to keep that in mind. Torah and Injil only are used in the Medinan part of the Quran. So in the Meccan part of the Quran uses this generic term Kitab. So it talks about the Kitab given to Moses, in which is guidance and light. Later on, a decade later, in Surah 5, it talks about the Torah, in which is guidance and light given to the children of Israel. So the description of the Kitab Musa and the Torah are basically the same, and their functions are the same. And if you don't believe me, go read the Harvard PhD dissertation.
Give authority not to the internal Quran.
Excuse me, can I finish?
What, sir? Because I'm trying to address that. You didn't answer my point.
Well, I'm literally answering your point.
Yeah, let's let Khalil finish.
Well, you said interaction. Okay. What do you want me to do? Go ahead.
I'm very happy to interact with you, but and correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, but I've been trying to remain silent while you complete your thoughts, and I'm just trying to do the same thing. So,
can I just address that though? The point is,
I don't think Khalil finished his
I'm not addressing his argument. I'm saying what he just said here. The only reason why I'm cutting off is not because I want to cut you off. It's because I don't want you to just bring in other points. And when you bring a point, I want to address it immediately, lest it becomes lost. That's the only reason why I'm doing it. But finish your point, because I just want to repeat what you said.
You asked me, how do you know the Torah is the Kitab of Moses? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. So, if you track the Kitab Musa, if you track that throughout the Quran, everything it says about the Kitab of Musa, everything it does, okay? And then and the description, then if you track the word Torah, and you track the Torah's description and its function, you're going to find that they're about the same thing. And if you don't believe me, because this is just a stream and I can't demonstrate it, go read the PhD dissertation of Professor Mohsen Goodarzi. He's a Harvard professor of Quranic studies. His entire PhD dissertation is on this very topic, that the Kitab of Musa is the Torah.
Okay. Now, can I address you? Can I address your point?
Sure.
Okay. I'll do you one better. I'll give you the Salaf, because again, remember, you went to a PhD, a modern academic. I'm going to go to pre-modern Islamic exegesis. I'm going to quote the Sunni position, where you're going to have Ibn Kathir admitting that the Salaf use the word Torah for all the scriptures of the people of the book. So you can appeal to modern scholar. I'm going to appeal to Muslim expositors, pre-modern scholarship. Let me get the article. So let me now address your point as I bring you up this article. I just got to put in the right words. First of all, I want everyone to see what you did. You went to chapter 6. You went to chapter 6 where it says a book is given to Moses. Folks, I want you to notice, it never said that book is the Torah. Then he made the logical leap in assuming, since that book has guidance and light, and the Torah has guidance and light, it must be the same book because it's given to the children of Israel. But then the gospel is also guidance and light. Does that mean the gospel is identical to the Torah? Even in your position, it's not identical. But more importantly, the Salaf say the Torah means more than the books of Moses. Here it is. Ibn Kathir on 757. Please don't throw Ibn Kathir under the bus, because you referenced him as one of your points that agrees with you. New Testament is not that revelation. Here it says, it was common in the speech of our Salaf that they described the books of the people of the two scriptures as a Torah, as some hadiths concur. So you haven't proven your case. So I'm going to come back to...
Sorry, Sam, I'm having trouble understanding the relevance of your point. So firstly, so what does the meaning of the Torah have to do with the present discussion? Number one. Number two, Sam, why are you appealing to a scholar, Ibn Kathir, when the same Ibn Kathir holds my position that the Bible is not preserved? Why are you making an appeal?
Wonderful, because since you appealed to Ibn Kathir, holds your position, your same authority now refutes the other part of your argument. That's why I'm appealing to it. But first of all,
which other part of my argument? Because I haven't talked about the Torah in my argument. My argument is about the Gospels and the New Testament. So if you accept Ibn Kathir, if you accept Ibn Kathir, then I don't know why we're here, because Ibn Kathir holds my position. He holds number one. And Qurtubi, by the way, holds position number one. He doesn't hold position number two.
Do you want me to address, you want to talk over me? Because now you're cutting me off.
Yeah, let's let Sam come in here.
I know Danny's getting heated, but it's okay. We're professionals.
He's not getting heated. He's over there smiling, chilling, having a good time. Everyone's having a good time.
Okay, let me repeat.
I'm having fun, so please go ahead. I'm enjoying it.
I love you, man. You're a professional, man, and I'm honored to share the platform. I mean it. because I'm not. I'm just some internet apologist. So for you to share this platform when you actually rub shoulders with academics, that's actually, I consider that an honor. So God bless you. But coming back to the issue, if you remembered why I said it, because in your slide, you mentioned Ibn Kathir, you mentioned Qurtubi. So since you appeal to them holding your position, I'm using now the very sources that you appeal to show they agree with you, to show now they disagree with you that the Torah is limited to the books of Moses. Now coming back to the first question, why did I mention it? Because you threw Muhammad Ahmed Samir under the bus saying, Torah doesn't mean the Old Testament. Yes, it does. According to Ibn Kathir, they're right, you're wrong. Here, let me read what he says. So you threw these people under the bus, ad hominem them, because they're not academics. Well, I'm not an academic, so why are you sharing the platform with me? But now let's come back to this. It was common in the speech of our Salaf that they described the books of the people of the two scriptures, Torah. That means Muhammad Ahmad Samira are being more faithful to the historical context of what these terms mean and to Islamic tradition. But that's neither here nor there. We actually forgot the original point. What was the original point? Do you remember what the original point was? When you said, nowhere does the Quran confirm the 27 books of the Testament. And I said, au contraire. Because let's go back to the point, which was the initial point. That's why I stopped you. It's not because I'm trying to cut you off. When you keep going on and bringing other issues, I got to keep up. Here, one more time. 566. Now I'm going to ask you the question. We're going to go with your preferred translation, Torah and Gospel. Had they followed the Torah and the Gospel, and what was revealed to them? It's not just Torah and Gospel. It says what was revealed to them from their Lord. And then again it says, tell the people, you have nothing unless you follow the Torah and the Gospel, and that God has revealed to you. So I'm going to ask the question, which I didn't get an answer to, at least maybe not to my satisfaction. Since the Quran doesn't just say the Torah and the Gospel, it says Torah and Gospel, whatever was revealed to you, can you now tell us historically what else did the Jews and Christian have that they believed was revelation to them that the Quran tells them to uphold?
Okay. So firstly, the opinion of the Salaf does not entail that that's what the Quran means by the word. You know, and we recognize this in modern academia, that the Quranic exegesis of the Salaf or whoever it is, there's a big gap between that and what the Quran actually means. Now, the reason why I put tafsir scholars on my slides is not because I appeal to them, but you appeal to them. You cite tafsir all over your articles. You throw tafsir at various people. So in anticipation that you would do that, that's the only reason I have tafsir.
When you had a presentation with Paul Williams, that's the reason why you cited them? Because in your 2-hour presentation with Paul Williams, which I watched this week, reference, you said to him, pre-modern exegesis of the Quran, you mentioned, right? So were you mentioning the tafsir because of me? You had me in mind in your presentation, Paul?
Okay, so the presentation on Paul's channel is an academic presentation. So I made 2 claims. I said, from the academic critical perspective, this is the view of the Quran, which is the view that I put forth. Then what we do is, as an academic activity, you track how was the same issue understood by post-Quranic scholars. So as a good scholar, I showed a Mu'tazili view of Jahiz, I showed a Sunni view of Ibn Taymiyyah, and I showed an Ismaili view of Qadi Nomad, right? And that's called reception history. I was not telling Paul, you know what, Paul, because Qadi Nomad says this, you should believe me. I never made an appeal to tafsir. But what I know is that when you argue theologically, and that's what you do, and I don't mean that as an insult by any means, because I have a lot of respect for theology, and I also do theology in some of my published work. So when you argue theologically with other Muslims, you appeal to tafsir. But I find we're quite selective. So when Ibn Kathir says something that's making a mini point that you like, you'll quote Ibn Kathir. But then when Ibn Kathir says, for example, his commentary, Surah 12, verse 111, where he says the Quran only confirms parts of the scriptures of the people of the book that are true, and it doesn't confirm parts that are false, that's my view, You say no, that's inadmissible.
So can I address that before we go into other points, because you brought up a lot more points.
Yeah. How do you see consistency in your approach of citing, like sometimes like Ibn Jurayj, his opinion on Muhammad, you throw that out, but then you'll find him quoted in another one of your articles about something else, and you'll approve that.
Very easy.
Oh my gosh, bro. This shit right here is ridiculous. But the snow is still dropping, so we gotta keep rolling, man. I had to stop, took me a little break. Like, this snow done caught up with my Let's get right to it, man.
Do you want your phone to be like this? Download this app for free, and you won't need a TV in your home anymore.
Ridiculous, man, to have this my goddamn phone, man. That shit hurt, bro. Like, whew. So I'm gonna have to go to the hospital, man. That shit hurt.
Never pay for Wi-Fi again. InstaBridge is a free app with 20 million Wi-Fi passwords all over the world.
What is that?
Reports now coming from all along the East Coast.
Multiple drones all over the airport tonight, man.
Radioactive material that was temporarily lost in transit.
I think we have finally cracked the story.
They're looking for something.
There was a formation of 6 drones.
We had something coming at us, and as it's coming at us, it stops. You know, it does like a 180 in the air and then drives away.
What is up, fam? Hope you're having a great day today. Welcome to My Life Movie. In case you missed a couple of my previous videos, me and Mo were out here in New Jersey, kind of exploring this whole situation and phenomenon. And we're on the ground, just kind of exploring and seeing what's going on. We have caught a couple of things with our bare eyes. With our bare eyes. Last night as we were filming, and we didn't really catch a whole lot last night because it started snowing out of nowhere. One of the answers that we probably could have done without, I mean, I think the best case scenario that this was from another world or maybe found out last night is terrifying. And in fact, I'm not wasting any time. We're getting the hell out of here, believe it or not, because we're scared something bad's gonna happen. And I'm gonna explain a little bit more. Okay, so before I play what I'm about to play, I do have to give you a little bit of insight. What I just, that little intro with Mo was actually filmed 2 days ago because I had like a 2-day drive to get back here to Florida. Of course, I'm not able to edit while I'm driving, and I drove a lot. Did my very best to edit this video as fast as I possibly could. There's always new information pouring in, and when we had gotten this information, it was kind of new to the internet, so I wasn't able to upload it in time. I am going to still play the clip. However, there is more that I want to add to it. I'm not here to spread any false information or false narratives. I know as much as some of you know, and I'm doing my best to keep an eye out on social media or even in the skies as to what the hell is going on. And so far, I think we're one step closer. Let's watch the clip.
Hey everyone, my name is John Ferguson. I'm the CEO of Saxon Aerospace here in Wichita, Kansas. I'm not normally a TikTok kind of a guy. I like watching this stuff every once in a while. But I'm a manufacturer of unmanned aircraft, military grade unmanned aircraft, as you can see one of my systems.
Hey, so you know what? I'm gonna pause this for a second. That drone, I don't know if it was a drone, but that plane that Mo and I saw hovering above us a couple days ago when we were looking for remnants at the crash site, and we did get some remnants, looked very similar to that particular drone that he just showed, or unmanned aircraft. Not all drones are quadcopters. All right, this thing was flying very, very low. It was very large, and of course it flew past us so quick I wasn't able to film it.
All of these mysterious drones going on. off the East Coast, and as a professional, as a subject matter expert, I wanted to give you all my opinion on what I think could be going on with these drones. I don't particularly believe that these have a nefarious intent. I could be wrong, but I want to give you the truth and what I believe is my own opinion, and I've not bounced this off of anybody. So, you know, if you think it's bullshit, whatever, that's cool. You know, I don't want to spread misinformation, as we know that there's a lot of that going around. But anyway, back in the 1980s, Ronald Reagan had dismantled the nuclear program, and there were, with Russia, there were countless nuclear missiles that were disarmed and disposed of. Well, there were over 80, I believe. There were over 80 nuclear warheads that were in Ukraine that came up missing. Okay, we don't know where they are. Maybe somebody does, but nobody never heard of this. Where these are. And I speak with some pretty high-level government officials on this stuff, and it seems as though that is the case. So I spoke to a gentleman a few months ago who was trying to raise an alarm to the highest levels of our government, which they had their ears closed, about this one particular nuclear warhead that he physically put his hands on. He physically touched this warhead that was left over from Ukraine. And he knew that that thing was headed towards the United States. It's out there. Nobody knows where it's at now. It left Europe, now it's gone. So my guess, my own guess, is that these drones are not nefarious in intent. If they are, they are. But I doubt nefarious. But if they are drones, the only reason why they would be flying and flying that low is because they're trying to smell something on the ground. That's it. There's no other reason for a drone to be flying in the air other than to piss a bunch of people off at night.
Okay, so I'm not going to play that entire clip. If you want to watch the entire thing, John Ferguson is his name. There's some people out in the internet world, like, when I first saw this clip, my first reaction was to get the hell out of Jersey. I was going to stay a little bit longer in Jersey. I had an Airbnb booked for several days, and I left early because I'm here thinking to myself, oh my God, I'm going to die. I'm somewhere far from home, and I'm putting myself at risk hardcore. I mean, anytime we make videos, we're putting ourselves at risk. I hope y'all know that, all right? And nuclear weapons, I'm sorry, they scare me. They should scare you too. So this is Cole Dodson, Pine Island Media, and I had a friend that sent me to this. Big shout out to Two Claws. And before I even seen this clip, I saw what the government put out on the nuclear website, the NRC, I believe. And they were talking about some nuclear radioactive materials that went missing at the New Jersey port. Now, this is on a government website. Let's listen in.
I think we have finally cracked the story on the drones flying over New Jersey. According to intel dropping to us here at Pine Island HD and all over X, take a look at this. This is from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Apparently what is going on is that a container was supposed to drop off some radioactive material at Port Newark, and what happened was the container showed up damaged and empty, and this material event contains a less than category 3 level of radioactive material.
Okay, so what does that mean exactly? All right, let's ask ChatGPT what level 3 radioactive material even means. 3 radioactive material, I'll spell that wrong. Material, a hazard. Let's see what it says. Definition level 3 doesn't refer to a universal standard across all regulations. It may pertain to a classification system specific to an agency. All right, I want to dig a little bit deeper on this. Could it pose a threat to a city, aka New Jersey? Let's see what it says here. Yes, level 3 radioactive material can pose a threat to a city under certain conditions, although its potential impact depends on the type, quantity, and form of the material. Let's skip here. If level 3 is used in a dirty bomb, it could spread radioactive contamination over a city. I believe there was some footage of a drone dropping or spraying something in the skies. Could that be radioactive material that they're spraying? Like I said, I'm not here to spread any false information, but I'm approaching everything with an open mind because we still don't know what's going on. Nobody does.
Live right now, and apparently what's going on with the drones is that this is apparently a U.S. military operation where they are currently trying to find this radioactive container that could be somewhere over northern New Jersey, southern New York. And they don't want you to panic and go in a frenzy when you find out that we have a potential nuke city. Unbelievable.
These drones are being used for, I mean, it could be, but if this was a small amount of radioactive material, more than likely they took care of it. And in this news clipping, they confirmed that. Let's listen in.
News reports linking drone sightings to a small amount of medical-grade radioactive material that was temporarily lost in transit. The New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection issuing a statement to ABC News saying the source has been located, repackaged, and sent to the manufacturer. And the National Nuclear Security Administration saying it does not employ drones for nuclear radiological detection missions.
That's a little conflicting, though. Maybe this is a cover-up, like maybe it's a distraction, a psyop, if you will, because just today Congress tried to pass a bill. They just kind of threw it out there, and it was 1,500 pages long, this bill that was giving these Congress people raises. Okay, and not only that, it was just like all this unnecessary spending that was going to cost us, Americans, more money and put more money into their pockets, all because of inflation. Hey, we want raises because of inflation. Where's my raise at? We ain't spending any more money. So I don't know how true this is that they found this medical grade nuclear radioactive, because we have this mayor that goes live on this news show and he's like, he's saying something different. Let's listen in.
We also know that we have drones that are flying in a grid-like pattern. In my opinion, they're looking for something. What might they be looking for? Well, potentially, we're aware of a threat that came in through Port Newark. Maybe that's radioactive material. There was and there is an alert that's out right now that radioactive material in New Jersey has gone missing on December 2nd. It was a shipment. It arrived at its destination. The container was damaged and was empty. So
okay, wait, stop right there, Mayor, because that's very important information. And that came from a credible source.
That came from the U.S. government.
And so it's missing?
Missing.
And they think it's in New Jersey, or it could be anywhere?
It was lost in New Jersey, in transit. And again, this is just an example of what I think that we're sniffing for. I think we do have the assets that can go up and fly around and sniff things, which is why we're not seeing the uptick we used to see in Belleville anymore. It's kind of moving, but we're seeing alerts that it's happening now in Pennsylvania.
And that's right about the time that the drone sightings began, right?
Yeah, drone sightings began about 4 weeks ago.
Okay, so when you take a look at this, if this information is indeed credible, why wouldn't the government say, it's us?
That's the crazy part about this. And we've gotten very little information. Even yesterday on that call with the White House, literally mayors were told, you guys are seeing things. There's no credibility to this. We have one mayor, like I said, had drones over his house. I mean, we're no longer going to stand for not hearing the truth. I mean, our state government is failing us. They're not getting the answers from the federal government. And even though yesterday they told us that there's nothing to see here, today there's a top secret briefing going on in Congress. Well, what are they being told that we weren't told yesterday?
And you know what? He makes a very valid point. If they're telling us that these are just airplanes that we're seeing, these are just hobby drones that we're seeing, why? Why are they making such a big deal in having a top secret briefing on these drones? Because there's more to the story.
A call about this missing radioactive activity or merchandise, or did you know that this morning after the call?
I was made aware of it yesterday morning. I did raise my hand. We weren't allowed to speak. I did raise my hand, was not called on to get that question answered.
So apparently it is concerning. Even the president-elect, who I'm sure gets some kind of briefings on things. He says he's not going to his home in Bedminster, right?
Yeah, I listened to him yesterday. He no doubt gets the same exact briefings that President Biden gets. He says our government knows. He says our president knows. And he also ended with saying,